Stay live. The build up
with Tim and Peter, the Toon Twins, weekly live on NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army.
Welcome to NUFC Talk Match Day live as Newcastle take on West Ham United on the final home game of the season. I'm your host Tim, and as usual for the build-up, Peter is with us. How are you doing, Peter?
Well, good after that Sunday dinner.
Aye, pretty stuffed. It was very nice. We are live on YouTube and the website nufcradio.com as well. And yeah, I can see you in the chat there as well, David, straight away. So good to have you on board. Keep the comments coming. So we will get to as many as possible. Give the video a like as well, please. Helps the channel a lot. And also, if you can give us a super chat, if you want to guarantee your comments being read out, you can do that. And if you can as well, become a member for $4.99 a month, where you'll gain access to exclusive content. Right, so like I say, West Ham at home today. And yeah, last home game of the season. Last chance to kind of impress the home fans and sign off in a good way to what's been a poor season. So we'll talk about the game. We'll talk about what could happen, and we'll talk about West Ham and, our team selection as well, as to what we should do. But the first thing I would come to, and by the way, let us know in the chat, what your team would be today against West Ham, because some kind of see it as experimental, some see it as no, we've got to try and get the 3 points and try and get up the league and obviously finish above Sunderland as well. So let us know. But yeah, the first point I'm going to touch upon is, well, there's two players really. The first one, it's both these players' last game for us at St James's Park, if they make an appearance. And the first player is Kieran Trippier. And I know we spoke about him on the show during the week, but I don't know if you mentioned him, Peter, but I'll come to you about him. So, what do you make of Trippier? How do you think he's viewed now as a Newcastle player, now that his time is coming to an end?
Definitely as one of the best signings I think Newcastle have made in definitely recent history. Yeah, could be a massive miss, potentially. And I think he's unique. I think in today's game, and this kind of ties in a bit with the other player we're going to talk about afterwards as well. But I think with Trippier, his leadership qualities is not something you see that often, I don't think, in today's game. And yeah, the intensity that he brings has been immense for Newcastle. And his ability as well on the ball. I know he's kind of tailed off a little bit over the last 12 months or so. You could say the last 2 seasons. But you know what? I mean, I think he did prove a lot of people wrong this season when he came back into the fold. So yeah, honestly, massive miss. I mean, I love his character. I love even when he's on the touchline as a sub and he's warming up and he's still barking out the orders. I think a big thing to mention as well with Trippier is he lost the captaincy to Bruno, and he didn't change one bit. He could have quite easily kind of took that the wrong way, but he didn't. I'm sure he would have wanted to have remained the captain of Newcastle. But yeah, he took it the right way. So yeah, massive miss. Like I said, potentially not if we, do our business properly, and if they're kind of on it and proactive, then hopefully we can get good enough replacement. But I'm just looking forward to today to see hopefully the fans give these two players proper Geordie kind of thank you and a deserved send off for what they've given us. Since they've been at the club.
No, definitely, aye, and we'll cover the other players well. By the way, shout out to if Auntie Anne's watching, shout out to you. I hope you're sitting nice and comfortably, enjoying your afternoon. And obviously as well, shout out to Mum as well. It was a lush Sunday dinner, so you can't beat a mother's Sunday dinner. So hope you're all well out there as well on this Sunday. So we've got Christina in the chat there. Good to see you. Connor as well. Got a question there as well. I'll just echo obviously what you're saying about Trippier. Everyone, I think, agrees. He's had ups and downs on the pitch, but I think everyone agrees what a influence he's been for us, and hopefully he gets a send off he deserves. War Flags are doing stuff for him today, so that'll be a nice touch. So we'll see what that looks like. But I mean, he said himself that he feels the most at home at Newcastle than any other club he's played with. So that's absolutely brilliant. That, and I do hope that in the future he can come back in some capacity, in a coaching capacity, if he's got the chops for it, as Simon Jordan says. And I think when you look at the way he conducts himself, then it looks like he has. We'll see. But I would start him today as well, and there's another player that I'll come on to, but I've got a question here from Connor. So is today's game a must-win for Howe, ready for next season? If it's likely he stays, lose, and there won't be much optimism going into next season. I'll come on to that, Connor, mates, and I've got thoughts on that. I've started that. I'll come back to that because it's an interesting question, and I think it's very relevant because, I think there could be some issues potentially around that. Before I move on, we've got Mick Binley there, so which they could have sorted something out for Trips to stay as a coach. It'd be brilliant, better than Mad Dog. I mean, I think Mad Dog's, he's obviously got his qualities because he's worked so well with Eddie Howe, and the job that Eddie Howe's done, at Newcastle and Bournemouth over the years has been quality overall. So I think Mad Dog must be doing something right. But I totally agree, mate, that you want Trips, you want those characters, like you say, Peter. You want those types of characters around because they're not as common these days. Because things are sanitized, unfortunately, in football compared to what it used to be, and these leaders are a dying breed. The second player that I'll come on to is Emil Kraft, and he is leaving Newcastle, and today again will be his last home game. Whether he's on the bench, well, he's injured, isn't he? I think so. Maybe he won't be coming on at all, but he'll be there, I'm sure, taking it all in. And he gave an emotional interview to the Newcastle United official channel, and he was getting teary-eyed about the fact that he's leaving and how much he loves everyone at Newcastle and what it means to him to have played for us for these last 7 years. And it is amazing to see, really, because we were saying, Peter, that so many times you hear about mercenaries in football and they're so happy to just get in, get out. They've got the money and they've got something else lined up and it's no big deal. So to see a player like Trippier as well, so bought into Newcastle, is special to see, and you want those characters around, and I think Emil Kraft has never let us down, and maybe that's because of his attitude. He's bought in, he gives his all, and he's also got a bit of quality about him as well, and it's such a shame about his injuries. But what do you think about Kraft, his time here, and the interview that he's gave, Peter?
I thought his interview was just amazing to see, and it's similar to what I've said about Trippier. I think with Kraft, it's so rare to see an emotional interview like that. I think all you kind of want as well. I think these days when you see players giving interviews and talking to the media, is you just want them to be authentic, and that was 100% pure authenticity from Kraft, and he just laid it all out. Very emotional, and again, very rare to see in today's game. And you got to cherish those things. Like, it just, when I watched it, I just thought it kind of reminded me that that's part of what this is all about. You know, I know that the trophies, winning games, obviously getting the points, um, winning as many games as you can, and and progressing as a club and climbing up the table. That's the main, that's the primary kind of mission, if you like. But along the way, it's also about having these characters
Mm.
come with you on this journey,
Yeah.
and it wouldn't mean anywhere near as much if they were all just kind of like robotic, like you say,
Mm.
mercenaries. Then what would it really all be for then if it was like that? I think players like
Yeah.
Kraft and Trippier, yeah, it's just a reminder that that, that connection is special, you
Yeah.
know, and more so in today's game with the money that's swirling around. To still see Kraft get emotional like that was really like special to see, and
Mm.
he's a steady Eddie when he does play. It's a shame, like you say, that he's had the injuries this season, because I do think you would have seen a lot more of Kraft
Mm.
this season.
Yeah, because of
Um,
Trippier being out.
exactly.
Excuse me. Yeah,
Trippier's been out.
Liverpool being out.
Yeah, to, Miley's had to fill in right back. So even Kraft could have probably went maybe centre half at times, the
Yeah.
odd time, So he's a utility player, isn't he? So yeah, I think it's kind of sad that he's leaving. When you watch that interview, you think players like that in and around the dressing room and the corridors of the, at the club, at the stadium, they will
Mm.
set the right example to players around them and the
Yeah.
younger players,
Exactly.
and that's what's hard to replace. No, you might look at Kraft and think, well, you can replace him dead easy, but can you replace him with a character like that who's going to buy in the way he's bought in and just be totally bought into the whole thing? So
Mm.
yeah, he seems like a real top man, Emil Kraft, and
Mm.
hopefully again, though, I've seen in the comments there, apparently he's going to say goodbye at half time on the pitch. So yeah, just give him a hell of a send off. If
Aye,
you're there, if you
definitely.
go into the game, I hope he gets
Yeah.
a good one.
Aye, definitely. I might be able to share it actually. I'll just have a few jig a few things around here, see if it's possible. But I mean, that'll be really interesting. Like if he comes on at half time. Obviously, we're not going to the game, so I probably won't see that. But like Peter says, if you are going to the game, then yeah, uh, give him a really good send off that he deserves, because have players who come in and just see it as a job, and obviously it is a job to some extent, but it is gold dust when you have players who give their heart and soul, uh, to the thing. Let me just check a few things out here. Um, yeah, I mean, would you have kept him, Peter? I mean, obviously injuries and stuff. I mean, obviously the argument is we want to fill the squad up with younger players. Um, I understand that idea. Would you have kept Kraft, or do you understand that frame of mind?
I can understand why they've not renewed the contract. Um, it would be very tempting to keep him just for the reasons that I've said. So as a squad player,
Mm.
and just someone who like I say, in and around the club, in the corridors, in the dressing room, that in itself, I think it is valuable to have that kind of personality, and that's just sort of someone who's as settled as he is, or
Mm.
like as it seems. So um, like I say, set the example to other players. But I guess, you could argue if you're going to be ambitious, you have to be cutthroat, you have to be ruthless. I get that argument. Like if you want to bring in players to beef up the squad, younger players who are going to push the first team players in that position, kind of the centre half
Mm.
area, then it makes sense, I guess. Yeah.
Mm. True. Yeah, let me just. I'm going to play this. Got a super chat there first, though. Was a cheers, mate. Appreciate that as always.
Cheers. What's that?
Question: best West Ham United players to don the black and white. Goddard. So it's he one. He's before my time, mate. Um, that's a really interesting one. So I'll make a note of that. And yeah, I'll have a think. I'm going to play this interview with Kraft, and I'll come back on that, because there's been quite a few over the years. Paul Kitson was one, wasn't he? But decent player, maybe not the best. But this is Crafty speaking, so it's not long. So let's just see what he says.
Been here like for 7 years. It feels like my second home, and I have so much to thank everyone for. All the fans, the staff, the teammates. You share a lot of memories. I'm just so grateful. For being here for 7 years. It means the world to me, and I love every second of it, and I love everyone associated with Newcastle United. Been here like for...
Aye. There you go. There you go, top man. Aye. Yeah, just really, really great to see a player so bought into the club. So yeah, big send off for him and Trippier today. So to go to your question there, was there's a lot of players over the years. Can you think of any off the top of your head, Peter? West Ham and Newcastle? Obviously, yeah. Callum Wilson's one.
Stuart Pearce comes to mind.
Aye.
You know what? Didn't Nobby have a spell at West Ham?
Yes.
Well, there you go. There's the best player.
Aye.
That answers that one, was it?
Aye, true. It's hard to argue against that because Nobby is literally just one of our best players, full stop, isn't he? And, who else was there? There's a lot, but they're not coming to my mind right now. So, like you say, Stuart Pearce. Lee Bowyer was one who was a decent player, but unfortunately, Nolan Dyer as well, as Bevis says.
Yeah.
I think Lee Bowyer was an absolutely brilliant player at Leeds. But when we got him, he dipped off a bit. He was decent for us, but he didn't quite hit the heights that he ever did for Leeds. And it was the same when he went to West Ham, I think. Kieran Dyer was really good for us, despite his injuries and some of his displays and some of his kind of, some of his attitude at times. So he had unfulfilled potential as well. But overall, I think he was a good player, especially when you look at players these days and what Kieran Dyer gives you. That ability to go at players with the ball and dribble with the ball. And Nolan, another one. Nolan was obviously quality for us, and he was really good for West Ham. It's weird because he was with us, stayed with us when we went down, helped get us straight back up the Championship, absolutely walked that league, and then was with us for a year in the Premier League. And then after that, he went to West Ham to do the same thing with them, went to the Championship with West Ham, brought them back up, was superb again, and then was really good, I think, in the Premier League for them for that first year up. Any thoughts on those players, Peter?
I think Nolan, he went to West Ham and he said, hold me beer, lads. I know how to do this. So class player, Nolan. And so I think he's up there. I think maybe he is the second best after Nobby. I mean, Dyer was obviously a really good player for Newcastle. Very up and down kind of turbulent times, I think, with some of the things that went on over the course of was it 8 years, something like that. But overall, can't deny that he made a big impact at Newcastle, Dyer. I mean, seeing in the comments there, Demba Ba, really good shout. Demba Ba was class.
He was
very good striker. Yeah.
Aye. I remember when we signed him, and I was chuffed because I'd seen him for West Ham and he looked quality, and obviously they got relegated and he was on a free. So
I was saying at the time, get him in now, because like you say, free transfer, it was a no-brainer. So I'm just glad that they went and done it. Diarme, how could I forget? I mean, I know someone else on this channel isn't a fan, but Diarme in that season when we came back up into the Premier League under Rafa, that first season back, Diarme just was an absolute monster in midfield, and he was that number 6 for us at that time that we now are crying out for, I would say.
Aye. Absolutely no doubt. He literally had a better interception rate, a better tackle rate and percentage than N'Golo Kante. I think it was obviously definitely 1 year, but it might have been over 2 years. He won more tackles than N'Golo Kante, who was absolutely superb for Leicester and Chelsea. So that says it all. That I thought Army was quality for us in the Premier League, and like you say, my word, we could do with that in midfield right now. And Andy Carroll's another one. Connor says, Chris says, Toon legend, more Army. He's a cult hero, and I would say, but I think definitely underrated in the footballing world for those few years he gave us. And I think he was a good player for West Ham as well, by all accounts. I think, but he was more of an attacking player for West Ham. Scored more goals, got in the box more, and when he first came to us, he was more of a number 10 in the Championship. Played okay, nothing amazing, but then, like you said, Premier League next season with us, and he was more of a number 6, and he thrived in that position. And yeah, Andy Carroll, I think, again, unfulfilled potential. Really, I was gutted when he left, absolutely gutted, because I thought he's going to be our number 9 for years to come. It's a Geordie. He's old-fashioned battering ram, and he also had skill on the ball. He was scoring all sorts of goals. And if he had stayed with us, I think he would have developed into a better player. I think the Liverpool move was wrong for him, but he did do some good stuff at West Ham as well, didn't he, when he went there? Bellamy's another one. And there's so many, isn't there? It's crazy. Like Scott Park, I think somebody mentioned as well. It's crazy, isn't it? How many players played for them and us? Abdullah Fair, Connor says, yeah, it's a really good one, that, mate. Centre back. Robson as well, somebody said, but again, before our time. But still before.
Fair was good. He was a good centre half. I mean, I think his best spell in the Premier League was with Stoke. But
with Bolton, wasn't he? Before he came to us, Big Sam, Bolton. So he was really good for them. He was. I think I'm pretty sure he was. I might be wrong, but I think Big Sam knew him, and when he came to Newcastle, he brought Fair with him, didn't he? I think a few months later, he brought him in because I think he had him at Bolton. Again, I might be wrong, but that's what my instincts tell us. And then he went to Stoke after Newcastle. Obviously, as usual with ex-players with Newcastle, scored against us at St James's Park last minute to make it 2-2. I was just that season was absolutely crazy. Yeah, that was relegation.
He was. I think that was his best spell probably. I know Big Sam brought in Rosenal at the same time as well.
True.
He really tried to revamp a lot of that team. When you think back, Enrique left back as well. Like Rosenal, Andy Fair. And then you had like in midfield with where you had Smith up front, and you had Joey Barton came in midfield. So obscure one, Connor. Wayne Quinn. That's a really good shout. I remember Wayne Quinn, and he was okay. He was, he was steady Eddie. I'll say that he was. I don't think he ever really kind of let us down, but when he did play,
like you say, he was decent, but he wasn't as good as Didier Dormy, who he took over at left back.
It was a bit of a downgrade, yeah.
And how
Colin Harewood as well, Bevis, tearing it up in the Championship.
Yep.
Was that a January signing? It was, wasn't it?
I think it might have been, and also the squad just to cement our players at the top, just to make absolutely sure that we were only going one way. And I think he was good for us, and he didn't stay, did he? The Premier League, no. But I think for those 6 months, he was good, and I think West Ham fans like him as well. Rob Lee, obviously, how can you forget? And Rob Lee is one of the best players to have played for us. Never mind best midfielders, in my opinion. And Pavel Srnicek as well. Quality player for us and character, and obviously, God bless him as well. Not with us anymore. It's been so many. Hope there might be another one next season. If you look at West Ham's right winger, you never know. I'm going to go back to Harrison Ashby. I could go all day with these, couldn't you, Connor? Another one, Harrison Ashby. But yeah, he hasn't had a chance with us, has he? Not much of a chance anyway. And he'll likely be sold in the summer. But to go back to your question, Connor, let me bring it back up here, and I'll put this to you, Peter. Regarding the feeling right now and going into next season, how are we going to handle that, really? And that's why I think the end of the season, people say there's nothing that much to play for, but there is really. And uh, if things don't go well, then I think it could well roll next season. I can't find your comment right now, Connor, but yeah, basically, I understand the question was, how important is it, these next few games? And if we do lose, how would that affect next season, Peter?
Yeah, if we lose the next two,
Yeah,
then
there you go.
even though it's just 2 games in a very long season, it's the last thing that you remember. So it actually is pretty important. I think it does have a bearing on how things go then in the summer. So, and it's just good for the fans as well to end on a high note, isn't it? So, we all know how football mad Newcastle fans are. So, like, we're totally bought in to everything that goes on at the club. So, like, yeah, if that's, you want to end on a good note, on a positive note, that gives you hope. So you can kind of see something to kind of hang your hat on for next season. And yeah, because you're going to get all the speculation that comes with, a transfer window this summer. And I do think as well, if with Eddie having the season that he's had, a lot of fans do think that it's run its course with Eddie. So, and think I'm in that camp. But yeah, I think if we lose the next 2 games, those calls for him to step aside will get louder. So despite what's been said about the meeting at Matfin Hall and the assurances that he's had, football is all about momentum a lot of the time. So I think even then, even the next 2 games, if they lose them badly, obviously the club will then have to sit down, I think, and think, well, should we re-review this?
Mm,
Should we go into the summer with this cloud hanging over the club?
mm,
Um, so yeah, let's hope that they do end on a positive note, because I do think as well it helps with the transfer window. If you end on a good note, I know the finish isn't going to be great in terms of the table, but it can help. I think, just like I say, last thing that anyone remembers from the season is the last couple of games. So
mm,
yeah, if you can kind of lay down a marker um, for not only the players that are still there and who will be there next season, but also for any players incoming, as a point of reference to say, right, this is where we're heading. I know it's right at the end. It's 2 games, whatever, but it's just a way to kind of put things to rest, isn't it? Even if it's just metaphorically, as to what's gone on this season.
mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And if we lose the next 2 games, then, like you say, we'll have a re-review. Again, I do think it is a bit amateurish, really, to be kind of going along those lines when you've had all season to weigh up what you think is the best thing. And I've said before, I'll say it again, I think now was the right time for a change. And it was the right time to have a partner ways between the club and Eddie Howe. And what I want to see in these last few games, obviously going back before now, the last 5-6 games really, but what I want to see is signs that is incorrect and that actually Eddie Howe should be staying. And, there is hope that going forward, he is the man to really be part of a revamp and he can buy into a revamp. I want to see those signs. Have I seen enough of those signs? There has been some. I've said before, it's like baby steps. So they are there, but I just haven't seen enough for me to give me full confidence that it's the right decision to keep Eddie Howe on. And yeah, you see Alonso going to Chelsea. You see Iraola being linked with Bayer Leverkusen now, I think, and other managers as well. And I do find it frustrating because I think we've had the chance to have not seamless, never is really, but we had the chance to have a natural partner ways this summer, and we haven't taken it. So let's hope that it works. But yeah, I want to see more signs that Eddie Howe will be bought into this revolution or evolution. That comes on to the team selection. And Joe Linton is a doubt today. And I've said before, it seems like if Joe Linton is fit, Joe Linton plays. It's something I don't agree with. Don't get us wrong, he's got his qualities and he showed them against Nottingham Forest, but he's also got his negatives as well. And I think they were also on display against Nottingham Forest. But he's a doubt. So with that in mind, Peter, who would you play in midfield against Nottingham Forest? Against West Ham today?
Well, I mean, what you've said there as well about J7, again, it is one of the reasons why I think there is a lack of confidence in Eddie from the fans to turn this ship around in the right direction, because that, if he's injured today and he doesn't play, it just would be nice to see Eddie be a bit more ruthless and have him on the bench when he's fit. It always seems to take an injury to have him out of the team. And again, like, I'm not absolutely bashing J7 because, like you say, he brings something to the table in his own unique way. But I think Eddie seems to put him up on a pedestal like he's on Bruno's level. And he's not. So, yeah, I mean, I think I would love to see Ramsey come in. And yeah, I think if you're going to play 4-4-2, which I would like to see Eddie play 4-4-2, at least have two strikers. But if it's four in midfield, it's a bit unorthodox. But I think Ramsey left side could work. I think that's what he'll do. I think if you're going to have Bruno and Tonali fit, if they're both fit for today, then I think it's a kind of shoo-in, isn't it, that they will both start. So yeah, I think he'll do that. I think Ramsey will go left, and I think that straight away that improves the team, because again, we're playing at home at West Ham, so I don't think you necessarily need that combative battering ram that J7 can be. It's like, I mean, West Ham have got some good players, don't get me wrong. I think if they go down, then they shouldn't really. I think you look at the team they've got, it's going to be a team that is going to look back at the season and think, how did we let this happen? But still, you're at home. I think being the home team against West Ham, you shouldn't necessarily need J7 in there. And I think Ramsey brings more creativity. And, the Forest match, it was all there on display, that goal, the way he unpicked that lock for Harvey Barnes's finish, right on a plate. J7 just can't do that, like, not that quickly anyway. I mean, yeah, Ramsey just took half a second just to kill the ball, turn, ping it through, perfect weight. So you've got to have him in the team, if you're playing at home, I think, and if you want to try and attack and get at teams.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Ramsey left. That hopefully that's what he'll do.
Yeah, I hope he does that as well. And like you say, going forward in the final third from an attacking sense, he does give you more than Joe Linton would in that final third. So
Do you know what he might do?
Horses for courses.
Yeah. He might put Barnes left, because Barnes was on the bench against Forest, wasn't he?
Yeah, true.
So he's more of the orthodox left winger.
But Barnes came off the bench a bit, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Right, so like, and he came on and he played right midfield. So, like you'd say, there's a decision to make there, because, like you say, Barnes is naturally better on the left, but Ramsey came on and played brilliantly and set up the goal itself that Barnes scored. And it depends on what formation you're going to play. And there is an easy way out of this. and that's it. And that's if you drop Voltemada, because if you go back to the, I'm going to say 4-3-3, but as you say, Peter, in reality it's 4-5-1. If you go back to that, you could have them all in the team with Harvey Barnes on the left, Ramsey, Bruno, and Tonali in the middle, with, say, Murphy or Langer on the right, with Asula down the middle, up front. I honestly wouldn't be surprised at all if he did that. I don't agree with that, but that's one way of getting around it. And in one way, as like I say, it's a bit of a cop out, in my opinion. I think I would play, like you say, Ramsey. I think I would play him there because I would also play Voltemada, and I would also play Lewis Hall. So if you have Lewis Hall down the left, Ramsey down the left, coming inside, obviously, but he'll be backed up by Lewis Hall. And when he comes inside, if he's got Voltemada in the number 10, those three as a triangle, I think would work really well, because they are three of the most technical players. They can give you that passing, they can give you that movement and that sharpness in the final thirds to unlock doors. That's what I'd be doing. And it's a bit harsh on Harvey Barnes in one sense, because obviously he came on against Forest and scored, and I'm a big Harvey Barnes fan. I think he's been hard done by a lot of the time here by being shunned out on the right or being dropped for Anthony Gordon, although he hasn't helped himself at times as well this season. I think with Harvey Barnes, I think I would either play him on the right. I don't like him there, but he can come inside, like we saw off the bench. And if he finds himself in central areas, then he can get goals. So from that point of view, I'd be tempted to play him on the right. Otherwise, he could come off the bench again and be a threat that way. But I think I would have that triangle down the left-hand side, sticking to 4-4-2 with Voltemada, give him another run out in that number 10 with Asula up front.
Yeah. And also, you mentioned there the left back spot. Bowen plays right wing for West Ham. So, yeah, you're right, Tracy. So, yeah, I think Lewis Hall left back makes sense. I think Burn left back, to be fair, he hasn't done too bad at left back. I know some people can't stand the fact that he plays there. And I agree. I think long term, he's not the solution for left back, but I still would also say that he hasn't been an absolute disaster there. I think he's held his own most of the time. But I think, look at Jared Bowen. Yeah, if you're looking at Jared Bowen and you're thinking, well, who's he got a better chance against? He's got a better chance, I think, getting past Dan Burn than he has Lewis Hall, if you ask me. So that's why I think I'd like to see Lewis Hall back at left back in his natural spot, because I think Lewis Hall right back is very unorthodox, and that's just a makeshift. I'd like to think that's just a makeshift kind of selection that he's came up with. But I think as well, the Mighty's in the chat, and the Mighty is up for it. He's in happy mode, and yeah. So
Bally's.
Yeah, he's in Bally's if you want to have a word, get a few drinks. I'm sure he'll tell you. Yeah, he'll make sure that he knows that you know what he thinks about all the goings on at Newcastle. So yeah, cheers, win. But he's touched upon there, like, the mood on the mood of the place in town, last home game of the season. I think as well, it's a chance for the team to put on a display. And I think it's a chance for the fans in a way as well, just to kind of like enjoy the game, enjoy the occasion.
Enjoy the game.
Exactly. I always think it's got that feel to it when you play the last home game of the season. You can kind of like, we've all got our gripes, haven't we, of like who should play, who shouldn't play, what the manager, what Eddie's done this season. But hopefully, I think Lewis Hall left back, just playing players in the best position. Certainly Lewis Hall, where he can be brilliant in that left back position, I think gives us a good foundation for the team. Just let off the shackles a little bit and go and enjoy it, and allow the fans just to sit back or stand up rather, and get behind the lads don't have to stress too much. We're not going down. We haven't really got anything to play for apart from finishing above Sunderland. So yeah, I think if we can just try and get at West Ham today, hopefully the fans will respond and just like I say, try and enjoy it today and give them a good send off.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as well, win. Have a good one, mate. Enjoy your day out. Enjoy Bally's. Enjoy the game. Have a drink for me, mate. Yeah, and sing your heart out, and hopefully we'll get the 3 points. And yeah, give the lads a great send off in Trippier and Crafty. And no doubt we'll hear your thoughts later on, mate. But yeah, on the point of Lewis Hall, I agree defensively. You want Lewis Hall to do his stuff as well because he's done well against Salah this season against Liverpool and other top players. But I think as well, a lot of it is for me going forward and what Lewis Hall gives you going forward. We are at home as well. So, like I say, you want to support the likes of Voldemort, Ramsey if he's in the team, to have that link-up play and put the onus on us to say to West Ham, you're going to have to worry about us going forwards. So Jared Bourne is thinking about running back more than he's thinking about running forwards. That's the mindset I would have. And I understand playing down Burn maybe at times, or I understand Eddie Howe's outlook in that we needed to have tightened up defensively. The Bournemouth game, the games before that, we were constantly losing. Yes, you want to do something to be more solid from a defensive outlook. I don't disagree with that, but at the same time, I don't think it's the answer to permanently put Dan Burn at left back for the rest of the season and to have Lewis Hall at right back. That's just cumbersome for me to have him at right back. Yeah, he did decent at Forest. He's a good player, so he's liable to do decent, even totally out of position. But I don't agree with it because he's forced to come inside all the time, and it's obvious to read. And even defensively, is he that comfortable defending when he's having to kind of think about what foot to go with? So it just seems, like shoehorning a player in. I don't like it. And you'd like to think going forward that Lewis Hall will be back at left back next season, but it doesn't set a great kind of vibe, does it? Like to Connor's point, to end the season with.
Exactly. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean in terms of like the fans are going there today. Last home game of the season. If they're going to go away from the match and see Lewis Hall at right back, it's not a good kind of last impression for the season, is it? So, and it's you want to give the fans a chance just to, like I say, just to enjoy the match and get behind the lads. I think Lewis Hall left back, like you say, being at home, you want to attack West Ham and try and be the dominant team. Lewis Hall left back will give you more of a chance of doing that. So it's actually quite a big. I mean, when the team news comes out, we'll let you all know in the chat. But I think the lineup is quite a big call. There's a few big calls today. That being one of them. So I'm just cross my fingers we kind of get back to basics in that way. And I don't know. Have you heard anything about Botman?
No.
Or any of the two centre halves? I'm just thinking if he wants to play Dan Burn, put him centre half next to Chow maybe. I
and drop Botman.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I might have heard he was injured. I might have got that wrong. Let us again in the chat if you've got any updates. Let us know. But if you want to play Dan Burn, then put him centre half, and put Lewis Hall left back, and just get back to basics that way. I think I said it a few weeks ago. I think Eddie's got enough on his plate before you start putting Lewis Hall at right back and giving yourself another problem that way. So, we shall see.
Yeah, and Connor's got breaking news there, so definitely no J7 today. So yeah, we'll see what he plays. Ramsey is the obvious replacement. It's about what formation, and that brings us to the next player I want to discuss, and that's Voldemort. Would you play him today, Peter?
Yeah, I would, because he played against Forest, and I said after that match, I think he needs to be given a run. We've only got 2 games left now, so I would definitely play him again today in that number 10. I think against Forest, he was a mixed bag. And again, we just saw glimpses, didn't we? So that ball that he played through for Sula, when he timed it perfectly, you can see there that he's got the vision, he's got the technique. Other times he gave it away quite cheaply. And you can see, I think sometimes physically he's still not quite there. I don't think. I mean, I said this last week. For me, he's a work in progress. He's not the top dog. I've heard some people talk about him, but I think the potential is there, and I think he's someone for next season who could be potentially top player. So you got to take the rough with the smooth. I think with players like that, and he spent a long time out the team this season. Now is I think the time to bring him back in. Well, it was a few weeks ago, to be fair, I think. But now that he's back in, eventually, I think you got to keep him in and kind of see what he can do over the next 2 games. Again, in that number 10 position, hopefully he can thrive.
For me, if he drops him today, the start last week is more of a talking gesture, really. And I understand at one point of view that he's thinking, well, he didn't have a great game. Eddie Howe's thinking that Voldemort didn't have a great game. I've got to look after, results. And if I think that not playing him will get a better result, then I've got to do that. Okay, fine. But to give him one game from the start in that number 10 in 60 minutes or whatever it was, after he's been out in the cold for a long time, or certainly hasn't, started at number 10 for a long time. I think Eddie would say he did against Sunderland, but it was more of a number 8, that really, I think. I just think, again, it tells me that he doesn't really fancy him if he doesn't play him today. And it would be the easier way out to not play Voldemort today, because it fits in both Barnes and Ramsey. And I kind of expect that, to be honest.
It will be a slap in the face to Voldemort, I think, if he does that. And I know what you're saying, though. You could see it happening, couldn't you? Like, you could see, Barnes being brought in. Obviously, Ramsey hopefully will come in, but not at the expense of Volts. And I just think we've got to find out with these players, with Voldemort and Wissa. You can't just go into next season totally cold. Like, you have to see, allow them to kind of get a taste of it, the back end of this season, and then they can go away, have a break in the summer, but come back with that kind of that muscle memory, if you like, from having a taste of it when it has went well. And I would back Voldemort to do something. I think if he was given a run, play him today, play him against Fulham, I think he would show that he's got something to offer. And like I say, he's a rough diamond for me. He's not like the finished article, but he's got massive potential. So even though he was a mixed bag last week, you can't just then suddenly drop him. If he does that, I'll be disappointed. But we'll see.
Like you said, he was poor at times. He gave the ball away easily, at times sloppily, at times, and physically, he wasn't great when he was up against their players. But like you say, there's that one moment you see, just like Arsenal away, you see that glimpse as to what he could give you. And it's confidence. Like Wynne said as well, confidence is massive in football, and clearly his is going to be low right now after being out the side for a long time, after not getting into his rhythm a lot of the season, the second half of the season anyway. So, I mean, there's only 2 games left, so it's too late anyway, really. But just keep him going. He might play better today. And if we don't play him today, then to me, it's like Eddie Howe doesn't fancy him, and it's all a bit of a mess then, really, because it feels like Eddie Howe is reluctantly having him as part of the squad. I know he says he loves him, he loves his abilities and stuff, but you've got to go off actions as well as words, haven't you? That's one interesting thing, by the way, that somebody has said. Ade has said Voldemort plays as J7 in midfield. Imagine he does that, because that's another way out, maybe in one sense. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, in front of Bruno and Tonali.
Well, no, as a number 8 alongside them as the 3.
Aye.
the left
because he
side.
likes the flat three, doesn't he?
Yeah, yeah. If he reverts
I've said
back to that,
before, like I don't blame Eddie for trying Votamata in the number 8 earlier in this this season when he tried that. But having seen that, I think again that was a mixed bag, and I think what you can take away from that overall is that ultimately he was, if you play him in that position, he's too deep too much of the time, just naturally because that's where he's playing. He's playing in the midfield, so and he's having to then track track runs defensively. So I think he started off all right in that position, but yeah, I think ultimately you look at it and think, well, do you know what? No, I think the 10 is where we need to see Votamata. So again, if he plays him number 8 a day, I think I'll be disappointed with that.
Mm. Mm. And we've got Joel Willock as well, who played really well against Brighton as a number 10, really, or it was 4-4-2 in reality. And yeah, he did a really good job there and played a really good game against Brighton, and then obviously was out the side against Forest. What would you do with Willock, Peter? And what would you do with him in the summer? Would you keep him or sell him?
I think you probably got to be ruthless, and yeah, you got to let him go. I think I can see why you might play him today, just going off the Brighton game when he's in that advanced position. But that's where Votamata was playing against Forest, and I think like you've got to just, like I say, take the rough with the smooth with Votamata now in these next 2 games, and yeah, for me, Willock is at his best in that number 10 as well. But so I wouldn't put him ahead of Votamata now. Maybe left wing, but again, you've got Ramsey. So you've got Ramsey, you've got Barnes. Do you know what? I mean, I'm just thinking there about the formation and the setup, 4-4-2. Willock right wing, just putting it out there at the top of my head. I'm just thinking out loud here. Maybe because he's got that long stride, he's got that kind of the energy and the acceleration that he's got. Maybe that would work. I don't know. Probably wouldn't. I think, yeah, in the summer, if you ask about going forwards, I think his time at Newcastle is done. Again, good servant, but you want to be ruthless, don't you? You want to try and progress, and I think you have to be ruthless this summer. There's going to be a big turnover of players, you would have thought anyway, and I think Willock should be one of those players.
Yeah, we'll see if he plays any part today. I mean, I think right wing could be an option for Willock, with the fact that Murphy's out of form, with the fact that Alanga is out of form as well. To be fair to Murphy, I've said it before on here, say it again, he can still produce a cross here and there. He might have a bad game, but like we saw against Brighton, brilliant assist for Sula for that cross. And then against Forest, yeah, he wasn't great at times, but he still put in at least 2 quality crosses, one of which Sula, I think, should have been on the end of. A bit unlucky, he wasn't far away. But if I'm going to choose between Alanga and Murphy, then I would play Murphy. Although I know some would say you're not thinking about the future then, because is Murphy's future up in the air right now? Maybe it is, and Alanga's a younger player. Excuse me, who would be looked upon as more of the future. But I mean, what would you do with Alanga? Would you send him out on loan, Peter? Would you try and sell him full stop, or do you have any hope that he could actually come good next season?
I know it's easy. It's easy for us to kind of sit here and say, I would do this, I would do that. But yeah, if you ask the question, just based on what I've seen, this season from Alanga, I would have maybe sold him. I think the other week when it was mentioned about Alanga, I think you mentioned about him going on loan. Maybe that's a compromise. I would either sell him or put him out on loan. I personally wouldn't be looking to play him next season. I think they will. I think they will look at the price tag and think we've got to try and get something from Alanga. So that's what I'm expecting to see. But for me, that's a massive risk. When you see the way Langer is, I don't think he's got the chops.
Mm.
Yeah, I think Nicky Butt touched on it about Elanga when he was in the Man United academy. Elanga's mentality was weak. I mean, Butt didn't say it in those words, but that's basically what he was saying. And that explains a lot as to what we've seen this season with Newcastle. So for me, he's just not the right fit, and it would just take an absolute massive transformation for him to turn things around. So maybe if you put him out on loan, he can kind of find his mojo again. That way, you increase the asking price. You can kind of get a bit more back ordinarily than what you might get now if you try and sell him. Maybe then he comes back and he does get into his groove for Newcastle the following season. But yeah, I think I've seen enough for me to kind of like think he's not for me.
Well, as Troll says there, Eddie Howe has said that he thinks Elanga has got it in him next season, hasn't he? So it looks like...
You mean Eddie Howe? Eddie Howe has said that?
Yes, Eddie Howe has said... I think we discussed this, didn't we? I remember that... I think Eddie Howe said along the lines of, he's had a tough year, but he'll be better for it next year and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like Eddie Howe has got the faith. And maybe Elanga could start next season, right wing.
I mean, it's do or die then, isn't it? It's all on the line. There's no hiding place then if he does that for both Elanga and Eddie. Massive risk for me. Well, if that's what he does, we'll see how it plays out. But what would you do? Would you sell him?
I think definitely try and get him out on loan. And I would look to spend a lot of money on a new right winger. Definitely, because I actually think that you could maybe get by with having Barnes and Ramsey on the left, and also Park to come in as well if he's got the ability to step up. If you need to spread the money around, I think I'd rather get a right winger, and like I say, spend top dollar on a quality right winger, and that could be
more of a that's in kind of more. It's in desperate need of reinforcements. Surgery compared to left wing actually, when you put it that way, because obviously we're talking with the presumption that Anthony Gordon is gone, so therefore you'd be left, like you say, with Barnes, potentially. You could say Ramsey. I mean, it's not orthodox, like he's not really a left winger, but I think he can do a good enough job on that left hand side, because he can come inside, can't he? I mean, he can drift.
Yeah, different profile, totally different profile. But again, when you've got Lewis Hall at left back bombing on, overlapping, given the width, then for me that works. And if you've got a Voltamara in the number 10, who Ramsey runs towards, you've got a brilliant triangle there. So to me, I'd be comfortable with that. And Harvey Barnes has been up and down this season, but if you can recapture more of his quality next season, then like I say, you can maybe get away with that. And obviously having Park in there, who looks exciting at times, you might have enough. Whereas really you haven't got enough on the right side right now with Elanga and with Jacob Murphy. So yeah, spend big money on the right wing and spend money on, I think it depends what you want to do with the strikers, but maybe a pacey striker to play ahead of Voltamara. Might be the case that you then have to lose Wissa or even Asula. But then I think also I'd be looking to get a number 10 to compete with Voltamara, a striker forward type player to compete in that position. I mean, Ramsey could play there as well. So, you could interchange and you could mix and match accordingly as the season goes on, I think. But we need to spend big money on goalkeepers, on right back if Tino goes, and backup right backs as well, and obviously left back. And I would say, a number 6 if we don't play Miley there. So there's a lot of money that needs to be spread around. So that's part of my
Mhm.
logic as well. We will have a look at the team when it comes out. Let's have a look. Is it due out? It's quarter past, isn't it? I think it'll be out. So yeah, we'll have a look then. But yeah, that's what I'd be looking to do this summer. And yeah, that's why I'd like to see against West Ham today. Ramsey out on the left in a 4-4-2, coming inside with Voldemort in the 10 and Lewis Hall at left back, giving that width. I'd like to see that. Whether that happens, I've got my doubts because I think Eddie Howe might well revert back to 4-3-3 or, like you say, it's in reality 4-5-1. He might not. And like I say, baby steps. He's done 4-4-2 in the last 2 games. So I'll give credit for that. It is something to cling on to. So maybe he won't. Maybe he will stick to that today. We'll see.
Aye, true. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I was kind of surprised he stuck with it against Forest, even though I know we won against Brighton. But because he's been so wedded to the usual one up front, I just thought, well, he'll find a way to go back to that. But to be fair, he didn't. And yeah, for me, you look as a team. I think any team, to be honest, will always look like more of a threat with with one striker, and a forward, whether it's a number 10 or even 2 strikers. You'll always be more threatening as a team if you set up that way. For me, I think most teams will, be more of a threat with the 2 up there. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, hopefully today continues that. I see no reason to not do that and keep vaulting there. But I know what you mean. I mean, you're thinking about today and you're trying to second guess, what will Eddie do? And yeah, it will be interesting to see if he still keeps this 4-4-2, which will be brilliant, or if he goes back to his usual, 4-5-1, really. That's what it is. So yeah, like I said earlier, it's the last home game of the season. I think fans just want to try and enjoy it, you know what I mean? And not have to worry about like players out of position and playing defensively and one up front. And let's not do that, you know what I mean? Let's just give the fans let's give them a team that allows the fans to just relax and get behind them,
Yeah.
and attack, get at West Ham.
Well, David Spence asks there, who do you think will start today in the starting 11? So if I'm being sceptical and cynical, I think it could be Burn left back. I mean, I'd like to think Trippier right back with, but it might be Lewis Hall. To be fair, I think it could be Lewis Hall. I think you could put Trippier on second half as a sub, so I wouldn't be surprised if he sticks with Lewis Hall right back. Botman and Xiao as centre backs with a midfield 5 of Ramsey left, Murphy right, Barnes left, Murphy right, Ramsey, Tonali and Bruno in the middle with Asula up front. If I'm being cynical, I think that's what you could go with and ditch the 4-4-2. I wouldn't, and maybe he won't. Hopefully he won't. If he does go 4-4-2, it'll be interesting to see what he decides because he has to choose then between Ramsey and Barnes for the left-hand side. To be fair, one way out of that is he might play Barnes right and Ramsey left and then keep Voldemort in the number 10 with Asula up front. So maybe he'll do that as well. But
yeah, that for me that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I think Barnes right and Ramsey left. Yeah, I think the right wing's been terrible a lot of the time this season. Like you say, barring the fact that Murphy has popped up now and again with the odd cross, the odd shot, where he has brought some quality, but even Murphy has dropped off big time as well this season. So you couldn't argue, I don't think, with Barnes right wing. Yeah.
Daniel there's got a question. What signings would you both like to see in the summer? There's a couple of players I wouldn't mind seeing, but I doubt it would happen. Fratesi from Inter Milan and Rodrigo Mora from Porto, for example. What do you think, Peter?
I mean, I'm thinking Jared Bourne would be, top signing for Newcastle if they can get that deal done. I think right wing, he would slot in perfectly. massive upgrade straight away on what we've got. But I have to admit, I've got my doubts whether like that is possible, that deal, because I think he's so settled at West Ham. I mean, I know at the same time, if they go down, if they get relegated, then he will have a decision to make then, Bourne, because he'll think to himself, well, his England career, he's got to think about that. Will that be in doubt if he's playing in the Championship? He'll be tempted by a lot of offers, I would imagine, from Premier League clubs. So, but I'm just thinking he is very settled there at West Ham, been there a long time. And obviously coming up north, it's like, if he does move, I don't know, just my gut feeling is he may want to stay down south. Even if he moves from West Ham, he might want to stay in London or, that part of the country. So, yeah, I'm not expecting that deal to happen, but I would love it if it did, because for me, he's a top player. I'm not sure about the other players that's been mentioned there in that comment. I can't say I've seen them play, but it will be interesting, wanted to see whether they actually do go for a right winger. There's so many different kind of equations going on for the summer transfers as to like, well, where are they going to prioritise? Will they sign a right winger? Will they sign a striker? Will they sign a left winger if Gordon goes? What about a centre mid, like a pacey number 6? You got all these conundrums, haven't you? And yeah, I've got a feeling, like you say, they might not even get a right winger. They might just put their faith in Elanga. But even then, even if you do that, you still need someone to come in and compete. I think surely now you can see that Murphy and Elanga are not. That's not it going forwards now. You got to freshen it up. So, but we'll see. We'll see who they do sign, what position.
Yeah. Well, definitely right back is a position we need to strengthen. And I was speaking with Philip from Toon Tactics TV, and we were looking at a couple of players we've been linked with, and one of them is Marco Palestra, and he plays for Atalanta. And again, Dennis Wise scouting, but he looks really good from YouTube, and he looks like a really strong. He's quite tall as well for right back, but he looks good in the ball. He really does. He plays first time crosses from what I can see now and again, and links up really well. He seems like a really good utility player. I think he could probably play left back as well. I think he looks quality. We've been linked with him. Somebody like that is only 20 years old as well. We looked at Rico Lewis at Man City, and if you want to play more possession-based football, depends to what degree you want to play. You could still do it where, if you want to see games out in a better way, then just crossing your fingers that we seem to do at times. Then Rico Lewis is somebody that maybe you could bring in to play right back. I think it's doubtful, because I think if you got Lewis as right back and Hall at left back, those are two small players. Would Eddie Howe want to do that? It doesn't seem like he would, because height is a big thing for Eddie Howe. I understand in one sense, but I think maybe he focuses on that a bit too much at times. But maybe I would take him as a squad player, but I don't think Rico Lewis would leave Man City to be a squad player elsewhere. That's the issue. But maybe the Atalanta right back. But definitely, I think 2 right backs, because, well, everybody's going in that position, aren't they? So, Bourne right wing, I think it's hard to argue against him, because he is quality. Jared Bourne, he really is. 29, I know, and it is a short-term signing, but hopefully if the same thing doesn't happen as it did with Wissa, where Bourne would come in and get injured straight away and get a bad injury. But barring that from happening, I don't see why Bourne couldn't come here and be a quality player for us for a year or two. I would probably take him, but we do need to get young players in as well. We do across the whole pitch. What about
There's a
yourself?
balance, though, isn't it? Because the losing Trippier and Kraft, and they are both pretty experienced players. We've said before earlier in the show, the leadership that they bring, especially Trips, that you're going to lose out on now. So I think the club have to also be careful to kind of balance things in terms of the profile of player. and try and replace that experience if you can, and that leadership, but also not neglect the youth and bring in exciting young players as well. It is something that we've heard, isn't it? We've heard that maybe the club are going to they're going to let go Fabian Schär. That's the rumor, isn't it? Because they want a younger profile of player to compete for those spots at centre half. So
Yeah.
that's another interesting one. Whether will Fabian Schär stay or not?
Hmm. What would you do with Fabian Schär, Peter?
I'd be tempted to give him one more year. I wouldn't give him any more than that. Again, I'm just thinking about the fact that Trips is leaving. Trips, Kraft, you could see other players will certainly be leaving. I mean, I think Willock will go, Gordon will go. I think Tino might go. Tonali possibly could go.
Hmm.
Do you know what I mean? So, like, yeah, I wouldn't give him more than one year deal, but I'm not sure if he would accept that. If he doesn't want to sign 1 year deal, then I would just say, okay, well, the time is right now to part ways, because I don't think it would be wise to give any more than that.
Hmm. Yeah, I can see both sides. I mean, I think Eddie Howe will want to keep him. So let's see how he deals with the board on that front, because I do think the board probably do want to not renew his contract and bring in somebody younger for that position to compete against Botman and against Byrne. So I think Eddie Howe will try and convince the board to keep Schär. It's
I
difficult.
think one of the issues I think with Schär is that because he's had such a serious injury, and at that age as well, he's like coming up to his sort of mid-30s, isn't he?
Mm.
So your body then is not you're gonna be more susceptible, basically, aren't you, to more
Exactly.
to injuries, having experienced such a serious injury that he's had over the last 4 months or so. That will have an effect, I think. So potentially he might not be as reliable now going forward. So I think that might be in their thinking as well in terms of fitness.
Yeah, true. And Wazza says, I'm more interested in the bench, give youth a chance. And like I say, I agree, mate. And like Park, for example, he could help with this evolution in the summer where it does save you a bit of money, and Parker can come in, but we should have seen more of him before now, at least in dead rubber games like Karabakh, and we haven't. So it's harder to judge these things when there's such limited chances for the younger players this season.
Just quickly, Timmy, right? Do you know what would be really good today in today's match? With Trippier having his farewell, I would start Trippier right back, and then second half, you bring him off. He gets the standing ovation that he deserves, and then you bring on Leo Shahar, and it's a bit like an audition, isn't it? You're saying to Shahar, this spot is available now, so, and you're giving the fans a chance to see a young player, someone who we haven't seen before, really. So that will be exciting for the fans, and it will be exciting for Shahar to kind of like be given that chance to see if he can make it or not, to see if he's got the chops, So I would love that. For me, that's the perfect scenario for today. Whether that'll happen, again, Eddie is very reluctant, I think, to do these things. So I think I was going to say maybe if we're kind of comfortable and we're winning, he might do it. But then again, he didn't do it against Karabakh, and that was 6-1. So yeah,
True.
we probably won't see him, but yeah.
Yeah, well, the team is out, by the way. So let's have a look here. Have you got it on your screen there, Peter? Do you want to read it back to us?
I haven't quite got it at the minute. 2 seconds, I can get it though. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got it here for the So the team for today, I'll go through from the back. So Popey is in goal. So be prepared for the jitters today, folks. Right back, we've got Trips, so that's good to see. Trips right back. We've got now Lewis Hall is playing, so that must mean Lewis Hall is left back, surely. So yeah, Trips right back, Hall left back. We've got Botman, and we've got Chow. So I can see, yeah, but Dan Burn is on the bench, right? So that again must mean that we've got 4 at the back, and we've got Chow and Botman as the 2 centre halves. We then have got. I'll just cut straight to it in terms of up front. We've got Voltemada. So really good to see Voltemada starting again. Asula is up front. So that looks like them two are going to be number 9, number 10. We've got Bruno and Tonali. And then we've got Ramsey. And... all right, so Asula is playing. I'm just figuring out, if we've got Bruno and Tonali, that'll be in the middle, won't it? 2 centre mids. Is there a third centre mid there? Do you think Ramsey will be the third one, or is Ramsey left? What do you reckon?
I think it'll be Ramsey left. So
so Barnes left. Barnes right. Yeah.
Yeah.
We mentioned that, didn't we?
Yeah.
So Barnes right, Ramsey left. Yeah. Yeah. When you said that just about 10 minutes ago, and I said to you that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. You could do a lot worse than that. So that looks to me, unless he's going to throw us a curveball come kick-off, which he has done a few times lately. But on the face of it, that looks to me like it's 4-4-2 with Asula up front, Voltemada in the number 10, Ramsey left, Murphy right, and we've got Bruno and Tonali in the middle. And the good news is we've got Lewis Hall left back as well. Trips right back. Yeah, Chow and Botman in the middle with Pope in goal. Again, I would like to see Ramsdale personally, but obviously he's going to stick with Pope, so I don't. That's not going to change now, is it? So
no, I'm pleasant, but overall though, I'm pleasantly surprised, and I'll hold my hands up. You know, I was, like I say, cynically thinking it could be Lewis Hall at right back again, Dan Burn left back. I think Dan Burn is a quality player for us, has been definitely, but I still would have liked to have seen before seeing the team use Lewis Hall left back, and I didn't think that was going to happen. I thought the easy way out would be to drop Voltemada, and he hasn't done that. So, you know, I think Ian on this channel has said that he's encouraged by these baby steps, and he can see there's evolution going on here with Eddie Howe being on board with the evolution, and maybe Ian is right, you know, and maybe there is more hope for optimism in that Eddie Howe can evolve, and we can go out next season with these tweaks here and there that can really help us to get our game back and change our game a bit more to what it has been, from what it's been this season. So honestly, I can't argue with that. I don't like Barnes on the right, generally speaking, but I understand that he can still get into positions off the ball to then be fed and score goals like he did against Forest. So I think Barnes just needs to do a job on the right. You know, he's not going to beat his man. If you can put a good ball in on his right foot, then please do so. But it's a case of being functional, I think, more than anything else on that right. But off the ball, creating chaos and getting chances. And just to say, by the way, Peter, we've got Gary coming on soon. So, yeah, Gary will be on soon enough to continue the match day live. And with Michael as well, we'll have the commentary for you. Gary will be on in 5 minutes or so. I might be going off momentarily while Gary comes on, but I'll come back and rejoin if that happens. So yeah, stay tuned, folks. We've got the cavalry coming over the hill soon enough. What were we going to say, Peter?
Yeah, just with Barnes, you mentioned there about Barnes right wing, and I think part of it is the fact that we've just got no one else for that right hand side that you would look at and be confident about. You know, that you wouldn't look at Elanga or even Murphy the way it's gone overall. I think with Murphy, you just wouldn't think that, oh yeah, they're going to do the business today. So I think Barnes makes sense putting him right, even though I agree his best position is probably left wing on the left hand side, cutting in. But But no, he's done it right. He's done right wing before, and you know, with kind of he's been a mixed bag on that side, but he can do it though. You remember that ball he put in? I think it was
Aye,
Bournemouth
aye,
FA Cup at home. Beautiful cross, so you can do it from that side as well.
yeah,
No, honestly, again, like you say, I can't argue with that lineup. I really can't. I just hope they do the business, you know.
yeah.
And it's the third again, unless he's going to throw a curveball come kick off. That is the third time in a row that he's playing two forwards. So
Yeah.
you know, we can bang on all day long about like whether Eddie's the man, and I agree. I think it's time. It looks like to me it's run its course, and I'm kind of surprised Eddie has got the energy to kind of go again because it feels like the tide is turning now, and I feel like a new manager would be the logical next step.
Mm.
But if the board are going to think otherwise and they're going to say no, he is the man, then as a fan, I'm going to have to look for the positives then. And I think, you know, the fact that he's playing 4-4-2 3 games in a row, for me, I love that. So
Mm.
yeah, I'm not going to kind of like hide away from that. I think fair play. At least he's trying a different formation now, because that one up front, I think, was doing a lot of people's heads in. And I think that's not just Newcastle fans. I do think in general football fans are getting a bit tired of certain traits in the modern game today, formation being one of them, you know. But
Yeah, yeah, true.
4-4-2, let's see, hopefully Votamata can do his thing, you know, and link up with the Sula.
Yeah.
And let's get out West Ham.
Mm. Definitely, definitely. And just in your point there about football these days and wanting to see, 4-4-2 and wanting to see teams take the game to the opposition and take chances. The FA Cup final between Man City and Chelsea really showcased for me how boring football can be these days. And it honestly, like, I know Man City are a great side, but they just go side to side, the way they pass the ball, and it is it is such low risk football. I absolutely hate it. And I've said before, and I'll say it again, I think players back in the day, they had it a lot tougher because it was their responsibility to make things happen in the final third. And if they passed that responsibility by just going back all the time or passing to the teammates to do it themselves when it comes to a shot or a cross, then that player would get hammered, back in the 90s or 2000s. And kind of, not rightly so, but, the scrutiny rightly so would be on them in terms of why you're passing up the opportunity to have a shot, to have a cross. And watching that game today, that was what was happening all the
Yesterday.
time. Sorry, yesterday, yeah. Yeah, it was happening all the time with Chelsea and Man City. And like I say, players these days have got it so easy. And I've got a lot more respect for players back in the day who actually couldn't get away with that sort of stuff. And I think you needed a lot more metal about you. And I would argue a lot more talent about you back then than you do now, because it's all about fitting into systems. And you can just be a cog in a machine and not really have a real impact at times, and just get away with it.
Yeah. No, totally. And again with Newcastle, yeah, we do have that pendulum at times where you kind of you're doing it's doing you nothing. You're banging your head against the wall, thinking just cross it, just shoot, be more proactive, do it first time. You know, don't take 4 or 5 touches, don't slow the game down, up the tempo. Um, so yeah, it's a problem in football. You know, and we can slate Newcastle and rightfully so when we do that, but it is definitely a wider issue beyond Newcastle and just in football in general. So yeah, but to be fair, Brighton first half last 2 weeks ago, I was really encouraged by that first half. Now second half was a bit ropey. It wasn't the greatest second half, but
Mm.
Forest again, the build up wasn't too bad. We weren't really ruthless enough when we got in that final third. Again, that's where the pendulum kicked in a bit. But there was signs where there was some. It was okay. I mean, I think Brighton match was better than Forest, to be honest. Um, Forest game, yeah, we just didn't have that imagination, I don't think, to enough quality in that final third to kill them off. But when we get to these when we do these pre-match shows and we get closer and closer to the kickoff, I just can't help but get a bit optimistic, and think let's get at them and put all my qualms to one side and just think, yeah, let's put on a shorter day. We're at home, last home game of the season, and like I said, it's not a bad lineup. That I have to admit, I'm not going to tear that lineup apart. So fair play for doing 4-4-2 again. So let's see what they've got,
Yeah, definitely. Like I say, we've got Gary and Ian on the way. I beg your pardon, I'm not sure if Michael is joining, but certainly Ian is with Gary. I'll be popping off more than likely initially. I'll jump back on for a bit longer once the gang arrive. But yeah, that's what will be happening. It's no big surprise if I just suddenly disappear. Yeah, so I think another point I was going to come to is this issue, right? It's not specifically today's game. I appreciate that. I just want to mention this because we have the situation these days where goalkeepers are going down with a fake injury so that managers can have a team talk on the sideline and not skip half time, but bring half time forward, basically. And if this carries on, it's going to end up where the authorities are going to bring in an official timeout, and it's going to sanitize the game even more. It's going to slow down the game even more. I find it absolutely ridiculous. And just to say, by the way, folks out there, your comments at my end aren't coming through, so I apologize. I know there's a lot of comments coming through more than likely, but I can't see them at this end, so we'll fix that for you, so we can highlight what you're saying out there. So not ignoring
very quickly to me in the comments there. R2226 says, not a Toon fan, but I liked Solano as a kid. Come on, Newcastle. Well, mate, I think, yeah, you've picked a good player there because Nobby Solano was my favourite player growing up. I think he is probably the player I would choose if you ask me to name one player who is my favourite even now to this day. Maybe Nobby is still number one. Yeah, top player. Go on to me, what were you saying? So you're saying about the players coming to the halfway line, coming to the dugout, mid-game, goalkeepers going down, essentially doing a half-time, bringing it forwards and just having a team talk on the pitch. So what were you saying about that?
Yeah, well, I agree about Nobby, absolute legend of the club, and what a wand of a right foot he had. Yeah, and he was so intelligent, really was. You could see he was teaching players on the pitch as well as to where to run, etc. He had a great link up with Kieran Dyer down that right-hand side. But yeah, I just think that it's something that's crept into the game now where it's becoming accepted that keepers go down with a fake injury. And I know we've done it. I don't like it. I don't want Eddie Howe telling us to get Pope to go down with a fake injury because he can't work something out on the sideline or that he's been gazumped by the manager before the game. And he wants to just get the players around now without waiting half time. Like, before you know it, the game will not look like the game we loved growing up. It really won't. I mean, it's kind of there now, really, anyway, but we need to be very careful with these things because authorities will come in and make these things official. And it's just tedious as hell, and it's quite shameful, in my opinion. And I think they need to ban players going over to the manager on the touchline when there's specifically an injury to a player on the team, and it'll just stop this strategy. What do you think, Peter?
We talked about this yesterday, and the solution we came up with was exactly that. Bring out a law to say, basically, you cannot, while there's an injury, you are not allowed, no player is allowed to go to speak to their manager mid-game. You can shout instructions, don't get me wrong. Like, you can, if you want to shout stuff across, mid-game when the games are ongoing, to your captain or to your right back or whoever, your left back, by all means. But yeah, when a player is getting treatment or if a player is down injured, that should be the focus. So therefore, the only communication that should be allowed then is between the manager and the physiotherapist. That's it. Any player who goes up to the manager to say anything, there should be repercussions for that. So yellow card at least. Yeah. So, and I think then you would find out who really is injured and who isn't. And then, like you said to me, like the players, you could argue that's a bit draconian, and I don't want to go down that road. But the players have brought this upon themselves. If that was to come in, then it's only their fault that would happen, because they are just absolutely taking the mickey now with these kind of incidents that you see, where it's almost like an unofficial halftime, and it's pathetic, really, that they need the manager or the coach to hold their hand so many times now throughout a game to tell them to do this, to do that, go here, go there. So yeah, I'd be all for that change, and I think it would help refocus. It would bring more focus into the game, in the right direction. Because otherwise, it's just going to go more stop-start more and more if we don't get a hold of it. So anyway, Gary, the Yam Yam is in the house. How you doing, Gaz?
Yeah, good, very good. It was really interesting because you can see I'm wearing a different top tonight. I mean, to be fair, I have got a very good friend that's unfortunately passed, a biker friend of mine who was a massive Hammers fan. So I'm doing it out of respect for him. Happy heavenly game today. So this is as close as you're going to get, mate, I'll tell you, for me wearing West Ham colours. But yeah, I mean, listen to you guys. It's a great side that's been put out there today. Again, having a chat, I said if they play in a formation where West Ham have to win today, that's what you've got to remember, right? So West Ham are going to press every angle that they possibly can. What Newcastle have to do is double up today, nullify what West Ham offer, and then create. Now, for me, the one thing that I looked at when before I hadn't even, I was just listening to you guys doing some tactical work, if I wanted to say such a thing. I think if you look at what Newcastle have to do, and the way we played with that 4-4-1-1 system. Now, Voltemada's in there today. Hopefully there can be a bit more of a relationship built up with Voltemada in the side. That's what we're wanting. For me, I think that is a great bit of that's not genius, but it's a good way of doing it. He's a great ball player, Voltemada. If they overcommit bodies forward to get us on the break, if you like, to try and overload certain spots, somebody like Voltemada can unlock doors. What we have to do today, we haven't really seen Newcastle do all season, is hit the net. Make the keeper work, try and create as many chances as we can on the overloads, on the breaks. And this team's more than capable. I think it wasn't a shock to anybody that J7 not in the side, because obviously this injury to his thigh seems to be a recurring problem. But it's a strong side, mate. It's great to see Trippier in the side. It's great to see Lewis Hall play in his natural position, because, again, as much as he had a decent game on the right-hand side, I still think we lost something on that left-hand side. We looked very, one-sided, buddy. And for me, like I said, this side looks balanced. It looks, you guys mentioned, it's jittery time with Pope in goal. I don't think he's the best, but I don't think he's had a lot of protection either. And I do think, whether he's creating problems for the guys at the back with them having no confidence in him, or is it more the fact that he's just got to that point where he realises this is probably, his last season and it's time to move on, and maybe his head's just dropped a little bit. Who knows? Sometimes, as a keeper, you are damned if you do and damned if you don't. So it's one of those situations.
It's so. The goalkeeping position is such a kind of do or die position in that, you can't make mistakes. You're not allowed to. And I think maybe with Pope, he's past that threshold where he's just not able to recover the kind of form that we saw in his first couple of years, because it's just such a blow to your confidence, I guess, if you're going to make the clangers that he's made. Maybe it's just been too much for him to overcome, to
Yeah,
kind of put that out of his mind,
exactly, and I think that is it. Sometimes it's like I said, it's a shame because the only real time that Pope gives me the jitters is when he gets closed down. He sometimes just loses his way a little bit.
He looks
Heavy
petrified.
touch heavy touch. And the ball always seems to be away from his body. And like I said, you're the last man standing. And I think if anybody just needs to go back a couple of games, but and realise the type of mess he gets himself into, and again, that doesn't help the defence in the situation in the current climate that they're on. Losing as many points as we've lost out of winning positions, all that is added pressure to the lads that are already under that 90-minute headlight, if you like. So, I know people often, don't see the mental side of football. It's massive. It's absolutely massive. Sometimes the mental approach to football is a lot more than the physical approach because you've only got to have one bad touch that leads to a goal, and some players just haven't got their ability to bounce back from it. And I think you've seen a lot of that this season where we have capitulated throughout the side, if you like. It's gone from players losing the ball in the attacking third to concede a goal. And you start saying, well, yes, you've lost the ball in the attacking third, but how can they run 70 yards and create something the other end without really being tackled or struggling to get there? That's the frustrating. Yeah, it's a frustrating thing for me. Far too many players this season have down tools.
Aye. Well, it's been the parting of the sea as well, too many times. But you know what? I am confident for today, seeing that lineup. I was saying earlier, we kind of sit here and we can pick things apart very easily, and rightly so. We've done that this season with how it's went and with Eddie and with it looking like it's gone stale. And I think a lot of people feeling like it is the right time for a change, and I'm in that camp. But when it comes to the kind of match day, and I'm looking forward, I said earlier, about next season, if they're going to go with Eddie again, then I just flick the switch and I'm like, okay, then I look at that lineup. He's playing Lewis Hall left back, Trips is in. We've got square pegs and square holes. We've got two up front. Voltemada's getting another run out. Ramsey's in. You got to be optimistic. I think you got to try and just enjoy it as well. And I think I am now way more optimistic about this match than what I would have been earlier, not being sure as to what Eddie was going to play. I think with this lineup, I can't complain. So I'm kind of looking forward to it now, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, look, go on.
Sorry, mate. I was going to say, and with the fact that on the topic that Ian has now joined us, and Ian has been more optimistic recently, all right, mate, around the tweaks that Eddie Howe has been making, and on board with the fact that Eddie Howe could be the man to lead the evolution next season, where there's a lot of reservations about that. I was going to ask you, Gary, you see that team today, and I was being cynical, and I was thinking, is it going to be Lewis Hall at right back again? And is he going to drop Voltemade after that? It was a poor performance at times, but you want to maybe just see him get a few more minutes to then make more of a judgment in that number 10. He hasn't dropped Voltemade. He has dropped Dan Burn, and he's got Lewis Hall left back, etc. Yeah, and he's playing 4-4-2 essentially. 4-2-3-1. Does that give you hope, Gary? Do you actually look at that and go, you know what? I think Eddie Howe could be the man to lead the evolution.
Again, everybody looks at the shop floor, and I've said this. I don't think you can point the finger directly at him until everything else is stable around you, right? If the start of next season starts as bad as this season, I think there'll be a finger being pointed quicker with Eddie still at the helm than it was last year, where fans didn't like what they saw. They're commenting, quite harsh early on, but they had, because Eddie had that little bit of, good faith in the locker. That's gone now, and I think the meeting, as much as a lot of people don't like it, he's still in at the helm. And like I say, I can only support the club. Doesn't mean I enjoy what I'm watching. It certainly doesn't mean that I support the lad who's at the top. But I think you have to give him the opportunity to prove me and all the doubters, I suppose, wrong. And like I said, because there's far too much going on around him, has he got himself involved with off the field, stuff rather than concentrating what's happening on the field? It looks like he's lost a couple of players. Relationships probably broken down a little bit. Doesn't help him. There's a lot of things going on in the back room, in the boardroom. Doesn't help him. So that's what I said. For me, I can't sit here without all of the information and say that is your fault. I can critique his on-field management. I can critique some of his changes, but I can't critique the results because, like I said, he can put the tactics out there, but I haven't seen enough of these players where I say, well, that was a tactical problem. Sometimes for me, when you set out tactics as a coach, stroke manager, there's three areas that you look at. You look at the tactics that you set out. They have to be easy to transition, easy to get the information across. And that's why I say sometimes it looks like it's lost in translation. It doesn't matter whether you speak English or not. They're just not picking up the tactical information that Eddie Howe wants. He's said that himself. It doesn't look like the lads have actually done what was instructed today. He said that many a time. And again, I go back. We shouldn't be having to repeat, he shouldn't be having to repeat that by keeping the same players in that aren't doing what he's asking them to do. So again, it's critiquing the weaker points within his management structure. So we were all more than welcome to see that. So for me, when you move on from that tactical, you look at the team setup mechanism. Have we got players playing in the right zones that have the right mentality and approach to game? Eddie Howe this season seems to have tried to unlock doors and avenues, and he's gambled a hell of a lot, and it hasn't paid off. So in the team structure, he's set up from the outset to move his tactics forward. Doesn't look correct. Then you look at individual players responsible for setting out those tactics that individually you set out as a coach or a manager. Again, for me, very inept. But you look at this side today, and what I look and love about this, Eddie, you guys said there it's a 4-2-3-1. I think this is going to be a 4-4-1-1. And I think what you're going to get with again, we talk about nullifying West Ham's offensive battle because that's what it's going to be. Nullify them and get at them. What I would do today, we saw a glimpse with Rammers when Ramsey come onto the field of play. He moves lovely into that zone from the outside left to the inside left when he played out there. That will free up a lot of space for Lewis Hall to go and exploit. With Rammers then doubling up, which again allows another body to jump in board. If we can get Rammers close to Voltamoda close to Asula, those little pockets, those little triangles, especially on the left-hand side, I think Harvey Barnes will be on the right-hand side again. Somebody who likes to drift inside, somebody who can create, got a good left foot him as well. I don't think it's a bad setup. I just think it's whether the lads actually go on there. It's a big game today. The last game, again, that brings extra pressure with it being the last game of a very poor season. Fingers crossed, we can see the future. And I think that is all you can ask for. That's what Eddie Howe wants. He's going to start playing with a team for the future, not the past.
Aye, totally. Ian, what are your thoughts on the lineup?
Sorry, Ian, before you go ahead, Ian, apologies, Ian. Sorry, I just want to say, Gary, just need to amend your name. It's still got my name on there.
That's all right, mate. I'll do that in a second.
Cheers, mate. Go on, Ian.
I am delighted with some of the changes. And I'm looking at that wondering how are they lining up? Because is Voltamoda playing 9 or is he the 10? Or is it Ramsey that's the 10 and Voltamoda's the centre forward? Asula goes across to the right and Barnes down the left, or is Barnes sticking to the right? It's exciting stuff.
Do you think
I think they might try mixing it all up?
Yeah, if I say it's 4-4-2 or 4-4-1-1, do you think that's what I'm thinking when I see the lineup? Do you think that is accurate, or do you think you'll have something else up your sleeve in terms of formation?
Well, I think it's probably think it's probably 4-2-3-1 still, but I think they're going to be really fluid. I think it should be. I mean, I was confident that we could do West Ham because I've seen how they've been trying to play with players in the wrong positions, and I've seen signs. That goal against Forest was great.
Mm.
And I think they'll be confident. They've beaten Brighton the last home game, but now Hall coming in on left back, Ramsey instead of Joe Linton to be playing either left wing or cutting inside as well. I think we've got the change that I would have made. Barnes starting, Murphy nowhere to be seen. I'm hoping we get an early goal, and I'm confident that we're going to win comfortably today. Still. Even more deluded, eh, boys?
Yeah,
You'll be
it
getting
is.
pelted, Ian.
I mean, a college just thrown it there. The only way this is a 4-3-3 today is a Sula starting right wing or a left wing, which, to be fair, it just nullifies him. You might as well not have him on the field of play if he starts left wing because he's just out of the game far too much. He likes to be opposing to the opposition. He likes to get into your face, and unfortunately, when he's running and he's doing his step overs and everything else. You saw the goal that he scored against Manchester United in off that right hand side. When you saw him do his step overs against Brighton, he was doing a lot of his trickery down the right hand side, not the left hand side. And he seems to excel in that position. When Eddie Howe tried him it was brief, to be fair, but the kid looked just like a number. He didn't really get involved in the game. You didn't see him trying to run on that arc or anything like that. Again, that could be just fatigue. It could be a number of things. I just think for me, it screams 4-4-2 or 4-4-1-1. But like Ian said, 4-2-3-1 will be very fluid. So throughout the game, you're going to see a multitude of formations because that's what teams should be. If you ever see a team that just constantly sits in a 4-2-3-1 in any game, the actual conversation that you'll have with the gaffer at the half-time whistle would be probably not very nice because you have to be fluid in transition. You can't just stick in there. You'll probably have Bruno free up a little bit of space. But the interesting thing for me is, does Newcastle go and get them from the start? Does Newcastle go and really chase the game from the actual first minute? Or do they just be patient and let West Ham huff and puff a little bit and try and control the tempo of the game? At the end of the day, like I said, I think the more time goes on, the more West Ham have to gamble. So it could be quite one of those, oh God, what am I watching type of games today? It has so many permutations. It's unreal.
Yeah, I think we've got to go for it and try and crush their confidence, get an early goal and get at them. Got a super chat there before I go any further. Can you see that super chat, Gaz?
It's not coming through from me at all, mate. It's not come through. No, not at all. In actual fact, what I'll do, I've seen it on YouTube, so thanks Would-Be Farmer for throwing that one up. I can't put it up on the screen, unfortunately, because it looks like my finger's frozen, but I can say thank you very much. I owe Boki a point. I lost a bet. I won't be able to make it to Newcastle, so I would be obliged if someone would pay it forward to him. $10 forwarded to Boki. Well, that's up to Chris. Yeah, cheers, mate. Yeah, that's lovely. What I might do, gentlemen, as this is all froze in the screen and you guys will be going in a minute, I'm going to jump out and refresh, and then I'll jump back straight in, okay?
No worries.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Watch today.
What we saying, Ian?
Well, watch today for Toon Army playing virtually in between Chow and Botman and Bruno in front of him. That, for me, was what I saw at Forest, which almost forces them to play the ball forward, and Bruno turns. And if it's Ramsey that's come across, Ramsey and Voltamada that are there, then that's attacking stuff. I think we're going to have to go after them because West Ham will sit off us, and if we don't, we're going to watch that pendulum stuff again, which will be a waste when we've got so many attacking players in their attacking positions.
And also, Ian,
I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, totally. And I think as well, if Newcastle, the reason why I think they'll they'll get at West Ham early doors and try and, like I say, crush their confidence. If we can get an early goal, then it leaves more than enough time to get the second goal, and that is what Newcastle need to start doing. If they get the first goal and it's like 70 minutes, right, and we go 1-0 up or 2-1 or whatever, that's when the nerves will kick in, because it's been our Achilles heel, isn't it? Conceding late on, whether it's the conceding for a draw or to lose the game in the last 10 minutes, last 5 minutes. So I think ideally, sitting here, you think the ideal scenario is you score early doors and then you can get the second goal, get that buffer before half time or maybe early second half. So you're not in that situation where you're hanging on for dear life the last 10 minutes. And to be fair, against Brighton, they managed to do that, didn't they? So hopefully they can do that again today,
Well, I mean, I can remember sitting watching the Chelsea game where we were 2 up at half time and ended up with a draw. That was a tactical switch by Maresca that Eddie failed to respond to.
You could see it coming in one way when it went 2-1. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting couple of results. Mackems have gone 3-1 up, by the way. But if we win today, I mean, this is it. Results have got to go for us. But 8th place could be Europe, right? If we win today, we could possibly go 10th. I think that, to me, has got to be the best motivation for this side coming out of that dressing room now.
Totally. I think it's crazy. Let that slip. Go on, Ian.
Saw the maximum we can finish is 9th.
Yeah.
So if Sunderland have won 3-1,
which looks like it's finished.
Yeah, without us being there.
Yeah, it looks like they could be. I mean, Quiddy saying check Pickford's Ladbrokes account. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he's made a couple of flounders today playing the Mackems. I mean, listen, it is interesting though. Like I said, how far, but how close everything with just half of what we have lost this season. Couple of draws. Oh, it looks like Leeds have just actually got the winner in the 93rd minute. It's 95th minute. Have a guess who scored? DCL.
Longstaff, Sean Longstaff.
I can't even get on the team now. But I mean, Sunderland can still get Europe quite comfortably. They've won 3-1. I mean, we've just got to keep going, haven't we? And like I say, the only thing we can do is do our job. And that's what I said. Be important to see what that mentality approach against West Ham, who have to throw absolutely everything at us. Is it a case of just sitting in and stopping and then creating our own and overcommitting bodies, or actually going for the throat from the start? And I think that is the mentality of it today.
What I would say to that is, I mean, I know you're saying, Peter, go out full pelt from the start and get that goal. I think we'll do that to an extent, because I think Eddie Howe it's the way Eddie Howe wants to play, and not just the principle of it. But I do think there's an element of making West Ham kind of sweat and kind of saying to West Ham, it's like a game of chess. Okay, then you need the goal. You're the ones that are desperate. I mean, we want to win for our own reasons, but I think it's a case of maybe not being overly exposed, so that second off, West Ham will push men forward because they have to, and we can pick them off. Got a super chat there?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, listen, you have to be optimistic. I think these will have one at the back at some point. So, like I say, what we've got to do today is try and hit the barn door. Yeah, we have got to score some goals. I agree with you. But I mean, like I said, I'm always trying to be that a little bit optimistic. But thanks for the super chat anyway, buddy. I think, for we would be 11th, and Lou says, unless we have a big Chelsea +6. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is all about goal difference. And I think that has been the big thing for me, especially watching Newcastle this season, is the amount of times we have struggled. We've scored, but we just haven't been able to hold on to those crucial goals. Still in the negative. I think was it -2 now, -2 on goal difference. I think it still is. It's just hard to bear, and we're still sitting. I mean, what's the point of Gordon being on the bench? Anybody can answer that one?
I don't
But
get
I've
it.
just
no,
been.
yeah. Do you know what? With
Think about
that,
bringing him
with
up.
Gordon
I
on
think
the
he might,
bench,
but he's played 150 games for Newcastle, right? And he's given us some great moments, and he's amicably organised to leave and bring a lot of cash in for us at the start of the transfer window. I think Howe probably wants him to come on. That's 10, 15 minutes just to say ta-da. Why not?
well, do you know what, Ian? On that point, do you not think it would be better? I know maybe it wouldn't work in Gordon's favour, but to me, I mean, am I right in saying that it's just so obvious that he wasn't injured? Do you know what I mean? Like he's been out the team or he's been on the bench, isn't he? He was out the squad for one game and then he came back on the bench and for the last three
Yeah.
fixtures. Coincidentally, when you had the speculation with Bayern Munich, we now know that is ramping up and it does seem likely that he's going to go there. I think Eddie Howe would have just been better served just coming out and saying, look, you know, there are kind of this, as you all know, there's speculation. There have been discussions internally, which I'm not going to get into, but I can tell you that much. There are discussions going on. And it looks like there may well be a parting of ways. So, you know, we didn't want to kind of like, his headspace wasn't right, you know what I mean? We didn't want to put him on the pitch when that was going on. Just be honest. I don't think it doesn't sit well with me that he's concocted this, if it is fake, this kind of injury story. Because I just think,
I mean,
you know, just be honest about it instead. Yeah.
it is a hard one to call.
I'm sure Gordon wasn't injured, but you see, I don't think Tino's injured either. I think Tino's in exactly the same situation.
I mean, apparently on Tino's, you could see the fibres at the back of the hamstring had pulled, so there was some damage there. So, but with a hip injury, it's very difficult to actually get answers.
Yeah.
And
He may
this
have
is
been
something.
injured.
Yeah, this is something that he's struggled with in the past with. You know, this is something that he's had with us in the past, this so-called hip injury. So listen, at the end of the day, you know, you've got to look at it for what it is. Is Newcastle looking at getting the money in? If they are, then, you know, you wouldn't put him on the bench. I wouldn't put him on the bench. You can say he's good boys at the end by coming on. The same as Emil Kraft will. He'll walk around the pitch. Apparently, it's going to be half time with Emil Kraft. There's no reasons why you couldn't have been suited in the and just clap, you know, and just say thank you to everybody, and that would be it. It'd be done. I just think, you know, if you look into the future and you're going to risk potentially 75 million by bringing him on for 10 minutes. I mean, Rom has put in the chat, hey, we'll swap Gordon on if we get a penalty, just to make sure Volt can't take it. I mean, you know, that is the thing, isn't it? You know, why risk it, as a club? Be honest with yourself. Why risk the potential sale, 75 million, knowing that financially you're scrutinised, just to put him in a shirt? I would not risk that at this time of the. Well, it doesn't mean anything. Like I said, the lads have all said we actually can't get. Well, like Ian said, we can't get to 8. So what are we playing for apart from pride now? We're playing for the future. You know, we're looking at the lads that we've got. He's now going to say, yes, I want to keep him. No, if we can move him on. I mean, there's talk now Voltemada could go on loan to Germany next season. What is the point of that? Seriously. You know, you need to start looking at building a squad, unless he thinks that the 4-3-3 is the way forward and he's going to be fixated on that, then there is no point in having Voltemada. No point whatsoever in Voltemada being in a Newcastle shirt.
I think with the fact that Eddie is now playing the 4-4-1-1 or 4-4-2 gives me that to me is an indication that Voltemada actually could be now in Eddie's plans for next season. I think if Eddie had stuck with the one up front for the whole of this, you know, for the remainder of this season, then I would have kind of been more inclined to think Voltemada would probably be on his bike. But no, to be fair, I think now we'll see what he can do. Obviously, these next 2 games. I mean, I do think he's more than likely going to stay, personally. Just purely given the setup that Eddie's going with now, with the 2 up front, that gives you more scope now for giving Voltemada a chance and giving him a partner, someone to form an understanding with. So, Yeah, I mean, and just with Gordon, I said a few weeks ago, I said back then, I didn't think we were gonna see him in a Newcastle shirt. Once you heard about the Bayern Munich speculation, it was just, to me, you put two and two together. It's like he's not going to want to risk injury before the end of the season. So, yeah, super chat there.
Well, yeah, thanks, Ben. Again, over the pond, saying that nothing else to add to this great coverage. Thank you ever so much, buddy. How are the lads?
Cheers, Ben.
I hope you and Levi are doing well, buddy. I haven't seen you or heard from you for a long time. Listen, I think, like I said, for me, if he's planning on moving forward, there is no point in having Anthony Gordon. Even if he wants to say goodbye, I think that has gone under the bridge. It's nice to see young Sean Neve get an opportunity. Again, it's all about having that exposure. I think that'll do him the world of good. I'd love to see him, get a couple of minutes, if I'm honest with you today. The final home game. I think that'll do his confidence the world of good as well going forward. And I sort of, I think it was kind of through in the chat that we'd got a couple of lads representing Ireland getting their first call up as well. So again, things are moving. Like I say, we talk about future-proofing the club. Newcastle in this summer have to be absolutely on the point this summer. I don't think there's any scope for failings this summer now with the amount that's happened. And yes, a lot of talk saying that a season at Newcastle will help them for next season. It could also hammer you. It could also, for me at this present moment in time, I questioned Elanga from the start. I still question it now. Doesn't fit in the setup, whichever way you look at with Newcastle, especially on the press. I think Voltemada is a great asset. I don't think he is the end product. I think he's a great asset, but you have to work a system to suit him. And I think, again, him having his first season, he's the type of player that could actually learn from a taster this season. But again, this has got to be up to Eddie Howe now, where he wants this team to be next year. I mean, we've got a Mank in the chat there saying Tonali's not going to be at the club anymore, but he's still under contract. It's like I said, these players can down tools, and I made the comment the other day about what has more value now regarding transfers. For me, contracts have gone. Players now have so much more strength than any of the clubs that hold on to them transfers, them contracts, I should say. If they don't want to play, as we've seen, they can still be part of the squad. They can still come on the field and kick a bladder around. But if their mental approach to the game isn't there, it's easy to work a way out of a team. That's how much scope has come on to players and how much strength, especially if you're a decent player. They can dictate the move. And this is what I said. For me, Tonali, I haven't seen a lot to say that he wants away. He's still showing himself in the games. There's just times where I just think, again, is it that I want to run through a wall for this team? I don't always see that cutting edge with Tonali. So maybe he is willing to move on in the summer. But I don't think that, at this present moment in time, should be Eddie's worry. I think what Eddie needs to do is get rid of the ones that are already, virtually a foot through the door. And concentrating on getting the right players in that want to play in a black and white shirt. And again, we all talk about Pep Guardiola being, the elite manager. What he does really well is get two players to fight for one position. And he's done that throughout his career, and he's done it absolutely spot on. Eddie Howe just needs to find the way forward.
Yeah. I'm thinking as well with Tonali and with that central midfield area. I know it looks like Ramsey could be left side today. Maybe right side and maybe Barnes is left, but he's on the wing, I think, Ramsey today. And what I was thinking is, ideally, what you'd do is you'd have Ramsey and Bruno vying for the same position. And then the other side, you've got Miley in the centre mid area. If it's 4-4-2, you've then also got Miley and then Tonali at the minute. But to be honest, if Tonali was to go, then you could use that as an opportunity to then get someone in who's got more pace for me. So a pacey number 6, let's say, So therefore, you've got Miley and a new signing to compete for one spot. Then you've got Bruno and Ramsey, for me, who are very similar. For me, Ramsey's done more than Tonali. I think lately, anyway. I get more of a. I get more excited when I see Tonali going forward. Ramsey going forwards. I think there's more cutting edge. Personally, anyway, that's just how I see it. I think the both.
But do you not
quality
think that's
players.
because of position, though, Pete? Do you not think we have limited what Tonali does for Newcastle with him sitting so deep? Like I say, sometimes you see him drop in between the two centre halves just to give width, and we get
Maybe,
that little bit of control.
Yeah, I mean, last season as well, Tonali did perform better, mopping up. He was sweeping up, wasn't he, between the midfield and the defence? But this season, he hasn't been as effective. And yeah, I agree. Maybe the instruction is to be more defensive. But even when he does go forwards, I just think Ramsey's got a bit more about him. You know, and I'm not dissing Tonali necessarily saying that. I think they're both quality players. But I just wonder if are they not all too similar? Tonali, Bruno, and Ramsey. And Miley. Do we not need something else in there in terms of pace or in terms of
Maverick? We need a Maverick, mate.
Exactly,
That's what we need. We need a Ben Arthur running through that middle.
Exactly. Someone who's got that X factor who can unlock doors. So yeah, maybe Tonali leaving would actually open up the possibility of using that money to bring in someone who's going to bring a different flavour to that midfield area.
What's your thoughts, Ian?
I don't want to swap Tonali out and try and pick an equivalent, more attacking midfielder because I think they're expensive. I think we can bring that type of player in. Hopefully they've done the research, they've got them on the lists, and it'll be a 22, 23-year-old out of Belgium or France that can grow into that over the course of the next 18 months. When Joe Linton's totally finished, or that's what we need. We need the young lads to get schooled, if you like, before they come in. But I think, if you lost Tonali and had 70 million, and then you've got to go or 80 million, let's say, but you've got to buy a more attacking midfield player. I mean, I think they're expensive if you want them out of the Premier League. I think that's why we're going to get as much money as we get for Tonali.
To be honest, Ian, even if you have
if he went, I would like to use that money to get 2 or 3.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm thinking is if you got a number 6 who's pacey, that can still actually help to open teams up. So I know that sounds like a contradiction because I'm saying number 6, but if you look at Caicedo, because he's got that burst of energy, it helps move players around. So it creates space for other players. So if you're bringing the ball out from that deep line position in midfield, but you've got pace about you, then it leaves other areas for Bruno, for example, to run into that you wouldn't ordinarily have. I don't think so. Yeah, go on, Ian.
I think every summer you'd love that player every summer. But what you need to do, I think, is find him like Brighton found him, rather than find him like Chelsea found him when
I agree.
It cost 100 and something million to sign. And that's what I mean. I think if Tonali goes and there's extra cash that drops in, then yeah, let's take 2 chances. Let's bring both of the guys we've been watching from Europe and see who evolves, because we don't need to immediately replace Tonali in the first team, because I think we've got strong enough midfield.
There's maybe more pressing issues at play than Tonali. Yeah, and just quickly, Gav's touched on it there about Tonali going to City. I guess that is my big worry about Tonali. If he was to leave, you don't want to arm up your rivals, I guess, in terms of Man United, for example. I wouldn't want him to go there. So that is a bit of a conundrum. I wouldn't want to see that. But there's big calls to make, isn't there, in lots of positions, I think, in the summer, all over the team for whoever's going to be in charge. So it's going to be dead interesting.
You know, you guys are talking about like players coming in. You know what I want to see, and it doesn't matter how much they cost? Somebody who can pass a ball 5 yards, and the person receiving it control it. Because to me, that has been a massive Achilles
Gary,
heel for Newcastle.
Watch today, Gary. There'll be lots of
I
passion
am.
going on today.
I am. I'm going to watch. Yeah, I'm going to watch.
Ramsey's good. Bruno's good. Tonali's good.
Yeah, they are good.
Murphy's not playing. We won't have any of that.
Yeah, they are. Listen, I'm not saying they can't do it. They just don't look as though they can do it. I mean, even Tonali. You look at Tonali under pressure, right? When he's being competed against to get the ball back, struggles with simple balls sometimes, and that's what I said. Sometimes, as much as I love the composure that he shows, the grass that he runs into to try and get that ball back. Sometimes I don't think he's got the composure when he's being pressed to pass a simple ball. I think sometimes he can, over-egg the pudding to a degree and try and make those little flicks and everything else. I think sometimes, when you're struggling as a side, take the difficult part of the game away. Play simple. Keep the ball, control the game. Be that person who is willing to put the armband on and take that role. You don't have to be the captain with the armband to make or play that role in the middle of the park. And I think what we've seen from Tonali in the past, we're certainly not seeing that effort. And again, maybe that's come from Bunsey. Maybe that's come from James Bunce. We don't want you to burn out towards the end of the season. We've got to keep you try and keep you fresh. We haven't got the depth in the midfield regarding quality, so we need to limit your running kilometres, so maybe he has been told to step a little bit further back and just be that six. And again, I think you lose a hell of a lot of that game out of Tonali by restricting his game going forwards.
I think for me, I think Miley is massive, and I think if you've got Miley as for me as a holder, and then you have Bruno and Ramsey as more creative attack, not creative because Miley is creative, but more attack players in the final third. I think if we bring in, again, the premise that Tonali goes, if we bring in a number 6, so you've got Miley, a new signing for number 6, and you've got Bruno and Ramsey for that more attacking central midfield role in a 4-4-2, that will be my thinking. That's what I'd have in mind.
Yeah.
And I think I want players, like you say, Gary, who want to wear the black and white shirt. And Tonali's been a great player for us. He's gave us some brilliant performances. He's been part of the team that lifted the cup. So in that sense, that will never be forgotten. But if his agent is going around like this and trying to get him out of the club, and Tonali's going along with that, then fine. Okay, if he sees it as the right time to leave the club, fine. We need players who really want to be here. And like I say, get Miley back into the side when he's fit, get a new signing to come in to compete with that number 6. And I think Ramsey, if he can develop his assists and goal scoring ability, he has a really great build-up play. If he can be a bit more ruthless when he gets in the final third, I think him and Bruno could be enough in that midfield positions to get that the goals and assists. And then you got a case of ahead of them, Voltemada in the number 10. Again, I would sign another number 10 to compete with Voltemada, and then it's a case of, do you get another striker to go ahead of Voltemada, or do you go with Asula and Wissa to compete with that number 9 role? That's what I have in mind. And I said earlier in the show, for me, I'd spend a lot of money on a new right winger. Whoever that is, experienced or young, whoever that may be, that's where I'd spend a lot of money on. And then obviously you've got the goalkeeper situation and some of the defence as well.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I'm just having a quick look. There's been a couple of things sent to me. We'll be playing tributes to both Kieran Trippier and Emil Kraft at St James's Park today. Trips will receive his presentation and address the crowd approximately 15 minutes before kickoff. And Krafu will join us on the pitch for the same shortly after half-time. There you go. So that's where we are. A couple of interesting things that have come out of social media just before you lads want to jump away. They do think it could be Newcastle's strongest team this season. This is from West Ham fans, by the way. I am going to put the lineup on the screen in a minute. What's your thoughts regarding that?
Being the strongest for Newcastle, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think the formation does have a lot to do with it. I think having the two forwards up there, I'm inclined to agree in one way, because you've just straight away you got much more of a threat. So yeah, and obviously we've seen Elanga hasn't worked, and I've talked about him earlier in the show. For me, I'd be amazed if I'm not ruling it out totally, because football being football, crazy things do happen. Momentum changes and he might turn it around. But if sitting here now, I don't think he's the right fit for Newcastle. So yeah, I think you look at that team. Barnes is in the team. You got Ramsey. I've said before, we've mentioned J7. I like him, but he shouldn't always just get straight in. He tends to be put into the team when he's fit, no matter what, no matter who we're playing. So in this instance, you've got Ramsey there, who's more of a ball player, more creativity, and obviously Bruno and Tonali. So I think it probably is in one way. It probably is. You got Lewis Hall, left back, Trips, right back.
Yeah, let's have a quick look then. I mean, it is an interesting one, isn't it? Pope, like I say, Trippier and Hall, your two solid fullbacks, two good centre halves with Botman and Chow, two good midfielders, if you like, Tonali and Bruno G. And again, depending on which way you go, and this is where it gets a little bit confusing, because obviously with Ramsey and Barnes, both can play left side, both can play centre, both can play right side. It does make me think more of, like I say, a bit of a topsy-turvy 4-2-3-1, 4-4-1-1. And I also can see this being a 4-3-3, but I can only see it being a good 4-3-3 if we have a Sula running in from that right-hand side and Barnes running in from that left-hand side. And again, you have your three across the middle, with Ramsey being the one linking in that half zone between Bruno and Tonali. So it has, it has got food for thought, this one. And like I say, let's Walter Marder and Ramsey for me are. We know Ramsey can run the ball forward. He played a spectacular ball in for Barnes for the last game against Forest. Want to see more of that cutting inside. And I think that is why I believe in my head we will be playing more of that 4-4-2, but it'll be a narrow 4 in the middle. And I think you'll see Ramsey drift into the half space. Because what we want to see is Hall doing what he does really well, and that's getting down the line. And then you go to your bench. Like I say, it's a strong bench. Ramsdale, Wissa, strong bench, and I mentioned Wissa. Gordon, Elanga, again, a strong bench. Jay Murphy, Willock, Byrne, Alex Murphy, and then young Sean Neve on there. Again, I think that's going to be a good one. Let's have a quick glance at the West Ham line-up then. We've got Hermanson, Wan-Bissaka, Disasi, Tadibo, Mavropanis, Diouf, Souček, Fernandez, Bowen, who's captain today, Somerville, and obviously Wilson up top, who many think will be the Achilles heel for Newcastle. They all think that he's going to be the one. Yeah, he's going to be one to break the bubble. Areola, Walker-Peters on the bench, Kilman, Tati, Pablo, Magassa, Scholes, Potts, and Kante. I mean, like I say, it is a strong side, whichever way you look at it, for Newcastle. But again, the proof will be how they come out and play, because I think that's been the biggest thing for me. They just haven't really got to grips with many opposition this year. Very few where you can say, the lads have turned up, isn't it?
I think with today as well, Somerville is going to be a bit of a challenge for Trips. That'll be an interesting one, because he is their main threat, I would say. Cutting in from that left-hand side, but we'll see how it plays out. I'm going to do a dash now, lads. I'm going to let you take.
No problem. I was going to ask you though, before you disappear, guys, would you see this as fans of West Ham being in the shop window, putting themselves forward? Don't forget, like I say, these get relegated. A lot of them will go from West Ham, from the Championship. So there's a lot to prove for them as well. Like I say, there's already been links from Newcastle with a few of those players, I should say, from West Ham. So you've also got to think that they are putting themselves as well in the shop window for clubs to come and say, well, he's good enough to play in my club. I'm going to have him.
Yeah. Like an insurance policy kind of thing. Go on to me.
It just depends on what's going on in the background, doesn't it? And with agents and stuff, maybe they're saying if the agent is saying to the player, "Don't worry, this club's got you lined up," then there's a negative effect in that the player might be holding back a little bit. But like you say, Gary, if they haven't had that and they want to show to others, I want to stay in the Premier League. If we go down, then yeah, maybe it gives them motivation to pull out all the stops. I mean, I think Bourne, for example, Bourne's professional, isn't he? You know what I mean? He'll just get on with it and he'll give his all regardless as to what the crack is behind the scenes. So, like, yeah, you can count on him. But maybe others will be up for it for other reasons, other motives. But I think it's tricky for West Ham today because Nuno wants them to sit in normally, but the fact that they have to win is going to cause a problem for them if, half time comes along, if they're losing or drawing. It's like, well, we don't want to be overly exposed, but my word, lads, we need a goal. So I think they could panic second half, and that'll help us a lot, to get in behind. And it's going to be difficult for them. And just to your point, Gary, I think we should bring back the bladder ball myself.
The bladder ball, love it. Yeah, kick through the valve, loved it. Yeah. Well, I mean, I know, like I say, we have got 7 minutes to go. So, Peter, what's your thoughts there, mate, on the opposition? You reckon they're in the shop window today?
Yeah, some of them will be. I think they'll be looking at the league table thinking, I might need a contingency plan here. And yeah, they're playing to impress. So it's just inevitable, I think, human nature. They'll some of them will be wired that way. But like Timmy says, you've got the likes of Bourne, who I think is, until the season's over, will be fully committed to the cause, purely motivated just to keep West Ham up. To be fair as well, right, whenever I've seen West Ham play lately, they've got a good spirit about them. I've been impressed with how they've went about things, and I think it seems, looking from the outside, they've got a good team spirit. So I'd be surprised if there was many of them with that mindset of trying to play a full move away. I think that they'll try and believe until it's over. They'll believe they can do it.
Yeah, indeed. Just putting a picture on the screen there for everybody out there. This was Kieran Trippier receiving his award.
That's class.
You guys doing a lot of talk about is he being the best fullback at Newcastle? There's very few that you can actually think of. I mean, you did come up with some great names, but there's very few that surpass him, is there?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolute top player for us. Maybe is the best right back potentially I think we've had.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, like I say, I can't think of many. Will Wilson celebrate if he scores? Is another one. Harpal saying, well, like I said, I know a lot of people struggle when players go to different clubs and celebrate. You've got to remember he plays for them now. Will it bother me if he does? Not a jot, like I say, but I'm sure it'll bother a few in the crowd if he does. I mean, to be fair, he didn't really. He had a couple of good seasons for us, Callum Wilson, but again, his heart was in the right place. But another player who feeds more off scraps, doesn't he, than anything else. But I do think, like I said, if you look at the big decision that's gone against them against Arsenal, has that knocked the stuffing out of these guys now? I think that has been the crucial thing for me. When you look at results, sometimes you can lose, and you can lose fairly. But I think that result against Arsenal could have really hit them hard.
I agree. It was pardon the pun, but it was a hammer blow, definitely. I mean, yeah, they're now playing catch up, and I think it's inevitable that a bit of doubt will now creep in, and I think that's why. Don't get us wrong, their tails will be up if they get a goal, or if they're in the game. They'll always believe, I think, until the game is finished. But if we can crush their confidence by getting a few goals up, I can just imagine their heads will drop.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Right then, gentlemen, I will let you go and get yourselves with your coffee, your cocoa, and your slippers on in front of the TV. Have a good one.
Cheers, Gary.
Yeah, a cup of tea.
Cheers,
have a good one, lads. We're the lads. Let's get the result in the bag. See you later, guys. Thanks for the start of the show.
Cheers, Bet.
Right then, and there you go. The boys leaving the destination as we speak. Me and Ian will continue. I have a great substitute today with the mighty McKay, Super Mac, coming in board for Michael, who's unavailable today. So welcome along to the live commentary. Watch along, matey. It's lovely to have you. I know you're looking forward, as always, very much the positive man. And I'm just having a quick look at some of the lots of rewards and everything else. Thank you for your memories. Some great things happening at St James's Park today, I must admit, mate.
Well, I mean, I think it is the end of an era, isn't it? Trip's going. Clift's been there longer, of course, but yeah, it's only right that they get that. That was part of. I'm assuming the war flags and this thing beforehand is going to really rev the crowd up to be wanting a good performance, and the team.
Mm.
That's why I think that the passing will come. It's all down to confidence, and I know they drew and they threw the goal away at the end. It was a great goal by Forest. I think they get a lot of confidence from going and playing the way they played at Forest and coming away without losing. And certainly, they matched Brighton. They weren't any better than Brighton, but they beat them fair and square, 3-1. I think they'll have more confidence, and they're the signs I can see. Probably nice and sunny as well. It's time for an exhibition.
Yeah, there you go. There's just some pictures coming in from SJP today. Forever a Newcastle United legend. Again, him and Kraft. I know Tim and Pete were showing the video of Crafty getting very emotional with his obviously his time at Newcastle. Lovely to hear from Kieran Trippier as well, saying wherever he's been, and it's the longest he's ever stayed at one club, which when you look at it. It's a big thing, and the other situation is when you think that his kids, it was one of his kids anyway, born up here, and he wants it to. It always felt like home for Kieran, and I think that's again. There's got to be a lot to be said for that for players that still question whether the Northeast is the place to come and live. Anybody sees that again from a lad who's got a La Liga title is going to stand well for Newcastle. It has. Your camera has disappeared, but that's okay. I can hear you. That's fine. We are literally moments away from kickoff, ladies and gentlemen. So, like I say, if I can ask for your kindness and try and keep anything out of the chat until we celebrate together, that'll be great. Like I say, Newcastle are going to they've all got the kids with them. I mean, it's one of those days. It looks an absolute joyous moment at St James's Park with the flags waving and everything else. Sky are reporting a 4-2-3-1 setup with Barnes on the left and Ramsey on the right. So, like I say, it is going to be an interesting one to go forward with this one. And like I say, if we get the opportunity, we will try and get Ian back on the screen when he can get there. Like I say, if you can just keep it all lovely in the chat, that'll be great. 4-2-3-1 across a lot of the platforms as well. They're going 3-4-2-1 by the looks of it, with Diouf and Wan-Bissaka pushing on to the sixes with Souček and Fernandez. They've got Desasi, Mavropanis and Todobo at the back line, with Somerville and Bowen playing more or less inside left and right with Wilson up front. Definitely a 3-4-3-1 by the looks of it, or 3-4-3, whichever way you want to play it. 3-4-2-1, didn't I? I said not 4-3-3-1. They've got more players on the bench, on the field. They're going to win comfortably. Right then, let's crack on. Like I say, with the game, fingers crossed we can get it done. Kieran Trippier, 159 appearances. Here we go, ready for the match to start. It's going to be West Ham to start, kicking left to right as we look at the East Stand. So again, it's going to be 90 minutes of hectic football. Here we go. Back with the keeper. And again, West Ham go along again, looking for that target man up top. And it's easy for Botman there just to head it clear. And again, it looks like somewhere Diouf picks that ball up and again just plays it back to the back line, the three. Mavropanos now picks the ball up and he gives it straight away to Tonali, who again comes into this left-hand side, plays it inside now for Voltemada. Ramsey down the line to Tonali. Tonali trying to get that square ball. It's cleared, but it's come straight back to Voltemada. Ramsey now picking that ball up and playing it out to the halfway line to Malik Chow now on that diagonal going backwards. Malik Chow now going down the line. Back to Trippier. Trippier now giving the ball into Botman. Tonali dropping in a little bit deeper now, picking that ball up from Botman. Little dummy there, and we through with Asula trying to run in towards goal. It's fallen to Voltemada on the edge of the box, looking for options. Gives it back to Tonali, who digs the ball out to Ramsey, but it's a little bit too much on it, and the ball's gone out of play for a West Ham throw-in. So Wan-Bissaka with this throw-in now for West Ham on this right-hand side. Down the line there from Wan-Bissaka. Again, it's Bowen and Hall competing for that one. Fallen to a claret shirt. And again, Kieran Trippier just asking Harvey Barnes there, who's on that right-hand side, to come for that one so he can keep himself in position. Somerville picks the ball up. Again, Trippier just blocking the run there for Somerville, having to come back a little bit. I'm just going to see if I can get my mate Ian back on the screen. There you go. You're there.
I'm here. I am watching. I'm watching the match and listening to your commentary, mate.
No worries. Like I say, Well, yeah, absolutely. You've got to be involved by the visual thing before you can relate on the on the wording of what you've just seen. Bowen there under the challenge from Ramsey, done really well. Tonali picks the ball up, back out to Ramsey on this left-hand side. Ramsey again getting barged out the way there a little bit from Wan-Bissaka. Referee says carry on. Bowen now picking the ball up. Again, just going inside. It's all a little bit slow. Diouf now picking the ball up. Somerville, again, on that 45-yard mark. Back out down the line to Diouf, and again, Somerville picking that ball up. That's gone out of play, surely. Referee says carry on. Looked like it'd gone out for a throw-in. Mavropanos now going on that diagonal again, trying to get Wan-Bissaka involved. He does really well to keep that ball in play. Back inside, it's a give and go there. Wan-Bissaka into the box, to just in between the penalty spot and the 6-yard box, and it's headed back by Disasi. Definitely a bright start from them, mate.
It is, yeah. But I'm expecting Wan-Bissaka to play his usual game of the season as he does all the time we play him. And he started quite well, hasn't it? They've pushed it up. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, yeah, I mean, it could be very much a flash in the pan, and that's what you're hoping for. It's just like I say, we huff and puff and go backwards, and again, it's just standing off that ball that worries me a little bit. We're back with Wan-Bissaka again. My screen is frozen. So there you go. Just West Ham clearing the ball down the line, and it's Malik Chow just putting the ball out, and again, it's Asula just again trying to get through the back to get that ball back. He gets back to his feet, does really well on the edge of the box, and again it's out to Ramsey, and then picks the ball up. Again, it's Bruno trying to find that ball, but West Ham become very narrow and congested just with inside the box there. It doesn't allow anything from Newcastle, like I say, and they managed to clear it in the end. So here we go. Again, having some minor technical issues. I'll be with you in a second. NTV.
Are you missing
Fingers
the
crossed
picture
we
then,
can.
Gary? Because it's a throw in on the halfway line to Newcastle, gone back to Lewis Hall.
Yeah.
Sven Botman. ball forward for Hall wasn't giving Asula much chance to get after it, was it?
No, not at all. What's the time on the clock, buddy?
5:09 I've got.
5:09.
Five,
I think I'm a little bit
5:16 now.
ball again outside from Tonali. Going Mavropanos just clearing it and then just miscued it a little bit, but manages to get it clear. Yeah, I'm going to say, I was just watching this now, and it just feels as though there's two teams. Oh, that's what I mean. Bruno there trying to feed the ball through to Harvey Barnes, and it's just like misdirected, and he's 10 yards in front of him. That's what annoys me, if I'm honest with you, Ian.
Yeah. Well, look, they are trying to play forward though, and it's not going round the back. There's a chance there. That was a ball through. I'd rather they try that than put their foot on it, turn around and give it back to Botman again or Chow again.
Yeah.
At least some of the time. Do you know what I mean? That's what I found so frustrating watching the second half of this season. We are almost terrified to give up possession, and therefore don't.
Well, I think that's the word. I think. Yeah, we just look so scared to do anything wrong, don't we? And I think that doesn't help anybody. Ball gets headed clear by Newcastle. It's come back to Lewis Hall, just trying to find the ball down the line. But again, he can only kick it out of play for a West Ham throw-in. 7 minutes now gone in this match. And again, it's, like I say, just seems very nervous by both sides, if I'm honest with you. Ball all the way back to the keeper, Hermansen, who goes long to the halfway line. Again, it's easy for Botman to head that one clear. Back again by West Ham. Back to Botman, who again heads it over the halfway line. Again, just dropped down there by Desassi. It's fallen through to Bowen now. He's got a little bit to run into, but again, well done for Tonali, keeping that ball in play. I was going to say, that was strange from Tonali there, mate, to try and keep that ball in play by backheeling it straight towards Bowen. Didn't think that was the best choice in the world.
Away with it. But yeah, I think
we did get away with it.
Bowen was right behind him.
Yeah, Trippier now down this right-hand side. Again, looking for options. Plays the ball down the line. Asula now picking this ball up. Trying to get hold of it. Again, getting a bit manhandled, Asula. But again, referee says get on with it. And it's back with now Mavropanos to Sassi for West Ham, who again goes down the line looking for Callum Wilson to try and play in the lines, but he's never going to reach there with his speed that he's got. And Botman gets that back to Popey. Out to Malik Chow now. Botman gone square. Forward now to Bruno. Again, got time to turn, but again decides not to play a progressive ball and goes back to Malik Chow on the right-hand side. On the diagonal to Voltamada. Back to Bruno. Now square to Tonali. Up the line to Lewis Hall. Back to Tonali on the halfway line. All the way back to Botman. Newcastle trying to draw West Ham out of their blocks, but West Ham being patient in these first 10 minutes. And Trippier. Inside now to Barnes. Down the line now to Voltamada. Great ball that is. Can Voltamada do something with this? Again, he's Mavropanos for company, who gets a toe to it. That's going to be a corner kick to Newcastle. Good ball that down the line, mate, to get Voltamada free. But again, pace was the element, wasn't it?
I'm just catching up with you. I'm about 5 seconds behind your feed, Gary.
You can refresh, mate, if you want to.
It's a great ball.
Yeah. I say you can refresh if you want to, buddy.
I'll try that.
Again, gone short this time, Newcastle, rather than getting to the box. Ball in by Bruno. deflected there all the way through to Hermanson. But he gets it in the end into his chest. Looked like there was a slight deflection coming through from that ball from Bruna. Fired the ball in. Souček now on the halfway line for West Ham. Again, Newcastle just backing off, getting in shape. Souček allowed to run on. Wan-Bissaka now on this right-hand side. Into the box he goes, but it's nobody in a claret shirt there. Trippier picking the ball up. Down the line he goes, trying to get Asula, who's on the turn, but unfortunately loses his footing, and that's straight back now to Fernandes in midfield of West Ham. And again, trying to forward the ball through. Tonali now into Asula. Nobody in front of Asula. He does well with the step over. Beats Fernandes. In with the box. Deflected from that shot again. Another corner. Asula is causing them trouble when he can keep his feet, mate. The trouble is, with his turns and stuff like that, he's so sharp, he sometimes just can't keep his feet. Nice bit of skill there, though, mate.
He did well there. He did really well there. And he's got a corner.
Yeah, this lad, he's growing on me, you know. It was handball. By Souček.
That was a handball, wasn't it?
Souček's hand, yeah, it was his arm coming away from his body. So this is going to be having a look at here.
Oh, it is a VAR, yeah. It's a VAR.
Yeah. And to be fair, if you look, his body, his arm. Oh, there you go. It's typical. It's coming to Newcastle. It's all clear. Listen. Natural position. I have to question that when his arm was going towards the ball. Anyway, the ball has come in from the corner towards the edge of the box. It's Botman who got up there, but it's fallen to a claret shirt on the edge of the box. Fired back in by Newcastle. And again, Wilson does really trying to get the ball forward. It has fallen now to Harvey Barnes. Finds it into the box, but to not a black and white shirt. Can this fall to Voltemada, who loses the ball to Fernandes? He wins it back, though. Well done, Voltemada there. Tonali. Louis Saul now coming on the inside. Back to Tonali. 5-yard balls this to Newcastle. Tonali on the outside. Ramsey picking this ball up now. Finds the ball on the diagonal to Louis Saul. Gets it in first time. Cleared by West Ham, who again trying to play themselves out of trouble. Only find Tonali. Tonali in the box. Again, another corner from Disasi there. Doing well in the final third at the minute with no real clear sighted goal yet. But again, mate, I have to question that penalty decision that VAR had said, like, you know, it was a natural position. His arm was coming away from his body at the time it made contact with it.
I would agree with you, but you know, maybe he thought the corner was enough.
Bruno into the near post.
In now.
Headed out this time by Asula. It's going to be a goal kick.
Yeah.
Just having another look at this penalty decision. It certainly looked like his arm was coming away from his body for me. Just about natural. Not sure. Not sure. I mean, look, when you saw that Manchester United goal today given, you do have to question the decision making, don't you?
Yeah, that was dreadful, wasn't it? I mean, that was
ball eventually.
Even if it hadn't gone in.
No.
But I thought the goal was if the hand is involved in the scoring of the goal, then I thought that is definitely a free kick.
Yeah.
I don't know how we got away with that.
I mean, I must admit,
tenacity, though.
That's something
that we haven't seen a lot of.
Well, I think that's what Asula gives you when he's so eager to get onto the ball. He could cause so much trouble. Voltemada with a nice turn there again. Trying to play the ball over the top to somebody in the crowd. I must admit, because there was nobody anywhere near there.
He hoped there was a Ramsey there. That was to the left winger that wasn't there.
No. Ball out into a bit of a dodgy space there. And again, done well there. Harvey Barnes to win that ball back. He's in the box now. He digs it to Voltemada.
Get in.
It's 1-0 Newcastle. Voltemada. Get in. Well done, Newcastle. Well done, Harvey Barnes, because that was a really stray ball played out by West Ham. Harvey Barnes intercepts that ball. He keeps his head and composure, plays the ball into the edge of the 6-yard box, and literally Voltemada's just got to connect with it, and it's a goal.
And that's what you get when he plays centre forward.
Aye. Did really well, to be fair.
Was he used hair straighteners today, Voltemada? I don't know. It's a bit more kempt.
Has he used hair straighteners?
Wasn't it?
It's awful. Yeah, it's absolutely awful ball.
Barnes has got so many choices there. He does really well to concentrate and pick out Nick with a great ball.
Yeah.
Gary, me or you would have scored that, Gary. That was such.
That's what I said. I mean, like I say, all he's got to do is make contact. But Harvey Barnes does well just to pick him out. I mean, he's under a bit of pressure from Disasi, but like I say, he keeps his composure, and it's a side foot volley into more or less an open net, isn't it?
It's such a well-weighted ball. No, too much pace on it, and it could come off somebody's knee. But Barnes could have panicked with that. There's such a good chance, but he was calm and cool. Must be one of our most clinical forwards. The way he scored that goal last week and that cross as well. He's not panicking. Good player.
Yeah, ball in towards Souček there from Wilson. It's cleared, but that could be a corner. Has he just saved that from a corner? He has. Throw into West Ham. Yeah, but it was a really poor ball out, I must admit, from Hermansen.
It was dreadful. And the fullback was really, really slow in seeing that there was nobody to get it.
No, exactly. It was. It looks like he was on one speed again. Disasi placed it back to Mavropanos. To Debo.
So far away from the fullback. The fullback thought there was a midfielder to get it, and there wasn't.
There was nothing there. Yeah, that's what I said. It was well done for Harvey Barnes being switched on there. Ball played down to Bowen, who can't control it. So it's a throw into Newcastle. Hall back to Botman. Yeah, give Connor saying give Voltemada proper service and he'll score. Ball out on the diagonal to Trippier. Inside there to Ramsey. He's made a good run into the box. Again, trying to find Voltemada. Harvey Barnes and Asula in front of Voltemada there on the 6-yard box. But that ball is blocked and it's out for a Newcastle throw-in. Certainly a little bit of urgency from Newcastle. It's nice to see. Bruno. Back to Tonali.
You noticed that lovely passing move, Gary? That went
I did.
Front to back.
Very good. Yeah. But again, you see, that was lucky more than judgment there with Barnes picking that ball up because Tonali played in Bruno and Bruno slipped because it was nowhere near him. Malik Chow drives the ball up to Voltemada, who's again got two bodies. Ball over the top. Can this come through to Harvey Barnes? It can't. It's flicked up from Mavropanos and it's through to Hermansen in the West Ham keeper. Newcastle have grown since the 10-minute mark, to be fair, a bit more confident on the ball and seem to be looking to unlock West Ham's defence at every opportunity. And again, if you've noticed, Ian, very narrow through the middle, Newcastle.
That's what I mean. That's what I was hoping. You'd expect that, wouldn't you? Because you've got Barnes on the right, who I think will want to come in from that side, and you've got Ramsey playing on the left, who wants to get involved in the middle of the park. Haven't seen much of Hall or Trippier giving them the width that I was expecting.
No.
But to be
Trippier
fair to
down
them,
the line now.
there's so many of them.
Some nice play here. Threw the ball through to Asula. He's through on goal. Asula! Get in! Lovely play down the right-hand side from Trippier. Fires the ball through. And it's come. I mean, it was a lovely first-time ball to Asula, who's running through on goal. He's just got one defender that can get anywhere near him. And in the end, he's put it through Hermansen's legs into the back of the net. Really good play. I'm just watching the build-up. It was very slow and methodical by Newcastle. Botman through to Ramsey. Comes to Bruno, who fires it out to Trippier. Trippier then just toe pokes it. Go on.
All first touch, Gary. All first touch.
Yeah, all first. And it proves what you can do relaxed. I mean, it is tremendous when you look at it. Ramsey, Bruno, then Ramsey picking that ball up and sliding the ball through. It's a beautiful ball through to Asula from Ramsey. Again, you know, Barnes, Bruno and Ramsey, all with one touch, gets the ball through to Asula. And again, under the body of Hermansen, who's trying to close down the space. And again, he scores with his left foot, Asula. That lad's growing on me, big style.
It's another really good goal. It's another really, when we've been living off rebounds at corners being toe poked in, we've scored 2 really good goals already today. And I did say I fancied an exhibition this afternoon.
Yeah, you did. And like I say, exhibition is what we are seeing, if I'm honest with you. Really interesting to see what's going on now, if I'm honest with you.
One or two West Ham fans going home.
Yeah, I'm going to say, could we see a Tottenham all over again in the first half, where you see a lot of them heading back towards London? Will be interesting. Again,
put a corner though, so let's not.
Corner to West Ham. No, that's what I said. Let's not count them before we finish. And like I say, it's still. Like I say, 21 minutes gone. Newcastle 2, West Ham 0 at St James's Park. And again, going forward, 2 goals in 4 minutes. Yeah, West Ham are already on their bikes. It's really weird. Paid all this money, balls into the 6-yard box. It has fallen to Bruno, who clears first time, just back into the West Ham half. And Asula's coming from nowhere to try and get that ball. Again, ball just launched forward for Wilson to get on the end of it. Botman clears. It's fallen to Bowen, who plays the ball inside to Souček. But Tonali gets his body in between ball and player, plays it into Hall. Back to Tonali. Tonali, long diagonal searching ball to the halfway line. Again, not really picking anybody out, but that's, again, just clearing his lines. I'm happy with that. Tadibo.
Safety first.
Inside. Yeah, absolutely. Fernandez picking the ball up on the centre circle. He fires the ball out to Bowen on the right-hand side. Wan-Bissaka now picking this ball up a bit further forward. Again, faced up by Botman and Hall. Souček again playing a little bit further forward now. They've gone 2-0. Fernandez picks up that ball on the halfway line. Fired in a shot that gets blocked. And Diouf all over the back of Trips. And it's a free kick to Newcastle.
That was experience. That free kick.
Yeah. I mean, listen. You can buy whatever you like. I just think if you get a touch in that positions, it's just so easy to let the referee make a decision for you. And that's why I said that comes with experience. Because sometimes you see people go down a little bit too easy. I think he does it there. You might as well put a 2-2 on Kieran Trippier. He does it so well. Bruno plays the ball up to Ramsey. And again, it's lovely football from Newcastle. It's cleared in a rush, but it's only come to Hall, who goes back to Ramsey. Ramsey goes square now. Trippier moving further forward. Got Voltemada if he wants him, but he comes back to Tonali. Now Malik Chow. Botman picking the ball up, going square again to Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall now again looking to go on that pendulum just to unpick the lock of West Ham press. Chow into Ramsey. Now Voltemada inside. Can we get a finish on that? Again, it's lovely football. That didn't quite come off. It's rushed clearance by Tadibo that gets it out for the corner. But every time Newcastle come forward, it looked like there could be a goal. And Bruno, very unlucky there not to get the ball in front of him to get a shot off at goal.
It's a centre forward with a number 10 behind him that's helping this. And it's Tonali and Bruno playing vertically rather than horizontally together, I think. And it's just encouraging forward balls. And it's all one-touch stuff. It's excellent. Maybe Howe wasn't kidding when he said he needed a week's training in between games. Because I think this is the fruits of this is what I can see the signs of. But to be fair to them, they've done it for 20 minutes already, 25 minutes already. So
they're making a substitution already, West Ham. Like I say, they've got to come out fighting. Got to come out with the gloves off, if I'm honest with you. Bruno, again, making safety, going back to Pope. Malik Chow picking the ball up inside his own box, plays it out to Trippier now. Again, Newcastle now just able to try and keep hold of the ball and pull West Ham closer towards them to try and unlock them behind, and they've done it lovely so far with some delightful one-touch football. Again, ball drilled through from Botman into Ramsey. Now Voltamada out to Barnes. Trippier goes on the outside if he wants him. Now to Trippier. Trippier dinks it into the back stick. There's not a black and white shirt there, unfortunately. Nobody gambled on that back stick, so Wan-Bissaka goes clear. And again, Bruno coming through the back of Bowen. And it's a free kick to West Ham. Looks like there's a substitution happening early doors, Ian.
I wonder if it's tactical rather than anybody being hurt. Who's this coming on?
It's Castellanos. It's tactical.
Shoring up the back.
Yeah, taking a back off, and they're going forward at the back now. So centre half comes off and an attacker comes on. So this is going to be an interesting one with Castellanos on. Going up there to support. Tati, we're going to call him.
Thought he'd be Tatey in Newcastle, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he's just spud down here. Anyway, we've got the ball again. Ramsey doing really well to win that ball back with Bowen for company. Plays the ball back down to Hall, all inside his own box to Botman. Botman on a turn. Again, West Ham have to pay to get back in on that one. Ball fired in to to Voltamada. Now Bruno, who gets a little bit of a tap on the ankle from the new boy. And he's, again, Tati's made his name straight away. Tati Castellanos. And he's going to be, like I say, really pushing on this 4-4-2 now from West Ham. And Tati again, straight through Bruno for the second time in 5 minutes. Referee's coming over to calm him down. He's obviously been wound up by the gaffer on the sidelines before he's entered the field of play. "27 minutes gone, Newcastle 2, West Ham 0.
He just looked fired up, doesn't he? Maybe that's
Yeah,
West Ham's,
very fired up.
West Ham's walking yellow card.
Yeah, exactly. Back to Tonali. Again, Tonali going backwards to Botman. Newcastle keeping hold of possession. Malik Chell. See, I like the commentators curse, Ian, when I say that Newcastle can't pass. And we've seen 2 good goals there from Newcastle passing the ball. So the reason I do it is the commentators curse. I said that Anderson wasn't having a great game last week, and he goes and scores. It's always the way. Here we go. Lovely little over the top from Bruno. Diagonal in to Barnes. Now Voltamada. Can Voltamada get out of his feet? He can't. Gets tapped down to the bottom. And it's, again, Newcastle going to get a free kick given against them there with West Ham. I don't know who it was that went down. It was Souček, I think, that went to the floor.
I'm not sure what Bruno was complaining about. I mean, it was definitely...
No, nor me, if I'm honest. Ball with Wan-Bissaka. Again, having to go back to the keeper.
The ball now has been our best attacker so far, Hermansen.
He has, absolutely. Fernandez now picking the ball up. Again, Newcastle, again, just getting a breather. Not on the press there when West Ham had the ball in the back. So, again, try to be patient. Can they do anything here? Diouf makes a good Somerville with the ball is shot. Again from the lad who's just come on. Tati. Good save from Popey. Popey again down to his left-hand side. Gets a hand to it. And it goes over the top of Bowen. And it's Hall now bringing the ball forward. And like I say, it's out of play for a throw into West Ham. Wilson there getting the ball back from Hall. Throws the ball in quickly. Fernandez. Again, got the bit between the teeth now, West Ham. Must score the next goal, I would imagine, mate.
He didn't know much about that first save, did he? It looked like it just knocked him over. But the second save was a good one.
Yeah, I mean, the first one was all power, straight into his torso, wasn't it? I mean, knocked him back a little bit. Like I say, he had to recover. And like I say, he got down well for that left. The second shot, I should say. Ball across to Wan-Bissaka there from West Ham. Out of play. Let's have another look at this. The ball does come in Somerville does really well. Skip over fires the ball in to Tati.
Oh, I
Trippier
was
fires
wrong.
the ball against Bruno. It comes straight back to Somerville.
That first one is a great save with his left hand.
Yeah, it is,
It's not
with his
into
left hand.
chest.
Yeah.
And then
It's
second
more
one
like
is
his upper arm, isn't it?
yeah.
Oh,
He
it
whipped
was. It was up on his left-hand side. Yeah, you're right. It was a great save, actually, from both of them.
I didn't think he knew much about it, but he actually moved his arm to get to it. The second save was good as well, low down, for him to have recovered from where he was. We're on Nick Pope.
Well done, Nick Pope. Yeah, ball eventually getting scrambled, but again, the ball given away again by Tonali. Lads just, again, on the heels rather than on the toes. Newcastle have certainly dropped off 5% in these last couple of minutes, I must admit. Fernandez down the line again to Juve, ball in towards Wilson, heads it back towards Souček, trying to get it under control. Bruno gets the ball off him though eventually, and again running away from his box. Fernandez getting a little bit of a shove on him, and he does get a throw in for his efforts there, Fernandez. Ball back to Juve. Oh, sorry, Somerville, into the box. Oh, I thought that was Wilson's opportunity to swing something at that, but it goes straight past him from Somerville's cross. Unlucky there.
It wasn't a bad cross. It wasn't a bad cross. I think Botman's standing enough in front of him to unsight Wilson, and it's past him before he can move. But is this the tactical tweak that they've done, which has put one extra man in midfield, and they've wrestled control from us?
No, they've gone 4-4-2. You can see Tati now up. Yeah. They've gone 4-4-2, and because Newcastle have dropped off 5 and they've increased 5 regarding effort and mentality, Newcastle at the minute are losing all 50-50 balls. And again, we need to get that effort back. Ball just deflecting there from Trippier for a throw into West Ham, just inside the Newcastle half. Again, just playing the ball into Fernandez in the centre circle. Bowen on the outside if he wants him. Plays the ball back into Mavropanos to Sarsi. The two centre halves combine there. Down the line now to Somerville. Oh, sorry, it's Diouf who's down there. Somerville's just inside him. Ball back to Mavropanos. Wan-Bissaka down the line to Bowen. Again, Hall chasing him all over the place. And again, Tati does well there. Wilson picks the ball up. Somerville plays the ball across. Again, not really to anybody in particular, that one, but Bowen does pick this ball up for West Ham. But again, Newcastle with 2 banks of 5 for them to get through. West Ham. Back to Fernandez from Bowen. Squared again to Disasi. Again, Newcastle not really putting any pressure on them. Fernandez down the line to Bowen. All in front of him. Plays a nice ball into Fernandez. The swing from his boot from Tati. But it gets blocked there. Hall now trying to play the ball out to Tonali. Voltemada. Newcastle trying to play themselves out of danger. Ramsey. Again having to go backwards and then square to Chow.
Good.
Again, Chow out to Trippier now, who's got lots of grass to run into. Again, Barnes goes on the outside, plays the ball inside to Ramsey. Ramsey now back inside to Voltemada. Wan-Bissaka sees the opportunity to win that ball back. And it's fired up towards Somerville now. And he's got Bowen there, but Chow does well. Somerville picks up the rebound though. Again, there was a little tug from Ramsey on Somerville, and it's a free kick to Newcastle. 34 minutes gone. Still Newcastle 2, West Ham 0 at St James's Park.
That was good.
Well done, Malik Chow on that one, I tell you. Yeah, Tati again now picking the ball up. Just, again, blocked by Bruno. It comes back off Tati, and it's a goal kick to Newcastle. It's certainly, it's like a basketball game at the minute. It's like I say, Newcastle have stepped off a little bit, which has allowed West Ham into the game. But again, you know, Newcastle, are we creating our own problems at times, Ian?
Well, I'm not sure it's too bad an idea, actually, to let West Ham come on to us, because there's a third on the break for us if we can put 2 or 3 passes together.
Somerville now
We're
picking
set up
the ball up.
to do that
Yeah.
if there's 2 banks of 5. But I do like how we bring the ball out. It's coming through the middle.
When we're
again,
quick,
isn't it?
I agree with you. We just sometimes delay that ball out. Ball again coming through the middle. Voltemada now back to Bruno from Ramsey again, who's going into the high lines. Ball over the top towards Asula. Just a little bit too long for Asula to get his foot on there from Bruno, who's tried a little sandwich over the back 4 of West Ham, and it beats everybody. Unfortunately, it also beats Asula. Oh, he's onside. Definitely onside.
It hits his knee.
It just glances his knee on the way through, doesn't it?
Look at that.
Again, well done, Bruno, picking that battle up from Fernandez. Again, Somerville trying to block him. Toon Army gives the ball into Trippier. Trippier now, again, comes inside to Harvey Barnes. Barnes back out to Tonali. Got the opportunity to cross into the near post. Oh, just over from Asula there. Come on, win that second ball up. Can it fall to Voltemada? It can't. Ball again goes long. Wilson and Botman fighting for this one on the halfway line. Botman does well and plays the ball up to Hall. Ramsey hugging this touchline. Plays the ball inside to Voltemada. Back to Ramsey. Again, Wan-Bissaka coming through the back of Ramsey there. Trying to get the ball back. Botman. Voltemada drops back into a deeper role to control that ball. Tonali now in between the 2 centre halves. Out to Malik Chow. Again, lots of grass and time for Malik Chow to do something. Barnes. Again, Bruno now on the inside on the centre circle. Again, West Ham just backing away. Out to Ramsey now. Ramsey got Hall running on the diagonal outside of him. Back into Bruno. Bruno sees Trippier. It was Barnes on the outside there. In the sunlight at St James's Park. The ball's out for a throw-in. Back to Chow from Trippier. Tottenham. Again, Botman on the halfway line. Down the line from Hall to Ramsey. It's good running from Ramsey this. Hall trying to back him up. Ramsey down to the line. Inside the 6-yard box. And again, it's cleared by Mavropanos for West Ham. Trying to get that block on. And again, Ramsey's doing well for me down this left-hand side, I must admit.
When he came on last week as if he should have started, and I'm so pleased he's starting today. I know Joelinton's injured; he may not have got a game without that, but that's what we're crying out for. Somebody other than Bruno to think something creative in the final third.
Yeah, we're just on 38 minutes now in the corner to Newcastle. Again, lots of movement from the boys in black and white. Brooke comes into the back stick. Oh, it's going to be another corner. Mavropanos gets it behind from another deflected header there, to be fair. I don't think he knew much about that one.
The back of his head, wasn't it? Chow, I think, got on.
Yeah, I think it was Ramsey who was trying to bring that ball back into contention. Trippier comes up to get this, and he gets a lovely round of applause from the Newcastle fans. The Leesy's end there. Looking to get this ball on the swing away from the keeper. All the black and white shirts on the edge of the box here. Again, trying to get some momentum for this ball into the edge of the box. It's headed clear. Tonali up in the air more than towards Trippier. It's headed clear this time. But again, it's Lewis Hall as last man. Ball over the top. And again, it's Bruno sees the danger, and it's collected the ball up to Pope, who again goes long. It's deflected from Voltemada. It's fallen to Ramsey. Ramsey now to Barnes. Newcastle again trying to find a little bit of momentum going forward. Barnes outside to Trippier. Back to Barnes, who's looked for the give and go, but there's just a little bit too much on that from Trippier, and it's a goal kick to West Ham. Yeah, there you go. That's what I mean. It's those balls for me. Just rush it a little bit, and it gets a little bit too much on it. Hermansen there with a clearance, again, looking for Callum Wilson. It's won again by Botman, not getting much change there out of Botman, to be fair. Wan-Bissaka It's Newcastle throwing in the end. Lots of ball in with Ramsey. Again, cameras just panning on to Anthony Gordon rather than what's going on the fields of play there. Malik Chow gives it to Trippier, diagonal into Bruno. Bruno again looking for options, plays the ball in front of Voltemada, and unfortunately Bruno comes through the back of Souček, and it's a free kick to West Ham in a bit of a dangerous position, this one. 40 minutes, 2-0 still to Newcastle. And at St James's Park, and again...
Voltemada didn't read that pass from Bruno, did he? He just let him run and pass.
Not at all. No, that's what I said. It's just slack. Yeah. Just got to play. Look at that. I mean, it's in front of him and he's on his heels. But again, this is what I'm saying. You know, it's no good playing balls in front of you in those situations. You've got to go to feet and you've got to allow the player then to get a touch out of his feet. You just give the ball away too easy in those defensive thirds. Ball into the box. It's fired in. Diouf. It's gone straight through everybody and it's a goal kick to Newcastle. A lot of huff and puff from West Ham, but nothing really coming from it. You see what they were trying to do there. A little deflection could change massively the way that ball goes or where it goes. Palpi again, taking his time. Decides to go long, which I'm glad. Ball eventually back in play. All fallen to Botman. Hall goes. Lovely turn there. Lewis Hall down and turns Bow in there down the line. Wan-Bissaka for company. Drops it back to Tonali. And it does really well. Drops it back all the way to Pope. Out of his feet and square to Chow. West Ham trying to close all the spaces for Newcastle to go forward. Somerville does win the ball back from Trippier there. Fernandes. Back again to Somerville. Diouf on the outside. Again, it's Bruno just becoming that black and white wall. Somerville can't get through. It's out for a throw-in for West Ham. Fernandes back to Diouf. To Sassi, square now to Mavropanis, who leaves it. And it comes all the way through to Wan-Bissaka. Wan-Bissaka now picking this ball up and all the way back to Mavropanis. Back to the keeper. Again, West Ham trying to build from the back again. Going forward. Can Newcastle close the space down? Again, nice ball down the line. And it's a nice little reverse pass there for Diouf. Ball into the box. But again, looking for Wilson's diagonal run, but it's straight into Pope's arms. Tonali now picking his ball up. And again, it's Hall back to Botman. And back to Hall. Squared inside to Ramsey, who's got, again, a little bit of space, but Wan-Bissaka again trying to close him down. Eventually leaves him alone. Ball fed up to Harvey Barnes now, who's come inside. Harvey Barnes plays the ball into Voltemada. Voltemada now has got options with Bruno on the outside. He decides to come back inside. Now Harvey Barnes plays it on the outside to Tonali. Back into Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes now gets it out of his feet to Tonali. Just going backwards, Newcastle slightly to move forwards. Ball, little jink outside to Trippier. Trippier now picking this ball up. Bruno inside him. Bruno now picking the ball up. Voltemada back to Bruno. Back out to Trippier. Trippier again just taking his time. Voltemada. Again, Voltemada runs towards the penalty box. Out of Barnes with a shot, but again, not enough zip on it. Straight down Hemmington's throat. Again, nice little play, but West Ham just stopped playing, if I'm honest with you. Became statues there for Newcastle to play around.
But there's only so far you can drop back, isn't there? And there's 8 or 9 of them in their own box.
Yeah. But again, you know, you've got to... I'd be ripping my blooming hair out, mate. You're not pressing the ball. Everybody literally just statues and waiting for Newcastle to react rather than reacting to the ball. That's criminal. You can understand where they are in the table if they play like that. Hall down the line looking for Voltemada again. That where Wan-Bissaka gets the better of him. And Dasasi now playing the ball on the angle to Diouf. And just trying to find options. It's come back to Fernandez. Back out to Wan-Bissaka. Out to Bowen, who's been quiet, to be fair, this first half. Ball on the diagonal. Ball out by Malik Chow. It's fallen to Ramsey. Happy to play back inside towards his 6-yard box to Botman, who again just clears it to the halfway line. And it's a Sula on the charge again, trying to put pressure on Mavropanos. And again, it's calmly done. Back to Mavropanos from the keeper. Fernandez again looking for options, and it's Tati trying to get hold of this one, but it's too much on it, and it's through to Pope. Throws the ball to Bruno now. Newcastle happy to get on with it on the diagonal pass, but again, it's a really poor pass from Harvey Barnes to try and get Trippier in there. It's just shocking, that is. Thrown back to the keeper. Just give, that's what frustrates me, is when we give the ball back in promising positions so cheaply at times. And that's what we've been punished this season, mate. We've given the ball away far too cheaply for me. And it just it breaks momentum up. We are 3 minutes into, with injury time. So into the second minute. It's Botman who heads this clear up towards the halfway line. And again, Tati trying to get the ball on the turn. Voltemada trying to force the ball up to Bruno. And it's Fernandez who wins this ball back on the halfway line. Diagonal ball over the top now for Callum Wilson to try and get under control. Malik Chow wins that ball back though. And it's all the way back to Barnes, who gives it back to Pope, who again, first time, just gets the ball up towards Asula, who has Dasasi in his back. And it's back with Mavropanos. And Fernandez now picking the ball up. Newcastle, again, looks like they have just sat back and want the 2-0 half-time lead. Got to still keep the concentration here. It's Trippier who's come out of his natural position to press Somerville. Souček, Dasasi now. Again, Newcastle forcing West Ham all the way back into their own half here. Mavropanos to Fernandez. Fernandez down the line now to Bowen. Bowen coming on the inside, back to Wan-Bissaka. Again, 2 banks of 4, stopping West Ham going any further forward. Dasasi now down that left-hand side. Again, it's out for a throw-in to West Ham. Asula working really hard, to be fair, mate, to track back all that way.
He does a lot of running.
Mavropanos. Yeah, he does. Again, ball on the diagonal, and it's to nobody in particular, but Tati's trying to compete with Trippier, and again, he goes straight to the back of him, and it's easy with a little bit of contact there, and Trippier goes down. Frustrating for the keeper. Yeah, and there you go. Half-time has come, and it's Newcastle 2, West Ham 0 at St James's Park. Right then, matey, I am going to give you the helm, because I want to give my throat a bit of a breather. You happy with that first 45 minutes or so?
It's just me, isn't it? Because my bloody camera's gone off again. But never mind.
Everybody in the chat say that's the longest drag ever of a fag, because you've got your fag in your mouth when the camera went off, and it's still on the screen now, which is quite funny.
Right, can you see us? I can't see me on here.
It's a still of you having a drag of your fag.
I got told not to be seen unless I was actually taking a puff. I shouldn't be seen holding a tab.
Oh, well, there you go.
But anyway,
yeah, there you go.
I'm just reloading, Gary. I'll be back in 30 seconds.
No worries. I'm going to have a quick look at what you guys are saying. Just to Geordie, they have all looked good. Volt, Ramsey, Barnes playing through the middle, quick, clever 1-2 passing, all good. Niall saying exactly the same. Walt at the heart of everything. That's good. Yeah, exactly. You've got to play a system. Battle Axe again. Best Voltemada has looked in a while. Hall and Ramsey being great. Tonali passing is a bit off. I'm actually enjoying this game. It's been a while. All really positive stuff, which is lovely. And again, it's been a while coming. If I'm honest with you, we've seen bits and pieces, but nothing like that first half. Looked like we controlled it for a lot of it, to be fair.
Well, I think that was what I was hoping when I was asked about how I thought it would go. I'd seen lots of snatches of us being able to control the game and coming through the middle, putting 5 or 6 passes together and creating something quickly. We haven't seen anywhere near enough of that this season. But
No.
I think that's where both the goals came from in the first half. I think we've had 1 or 2 that have ended up as corners, which have been close as well. I think we're good
Mm.
value for our 2-0. And I think it's quite clever to sit off West Ham and invite them on when they're chasing a goal, because we should be able to hit them on the break, get the killer third.
Yeah.
Still think we need another one though.
Yeah, I agree. I
But
think
fair play. Enjoyed Ramsey's performance, proven he should have been picked at the start last week. Enjoying
yeah.
Hall as well, although Hall not the marauding, buccaneering left back that I was hoping we'd see. But he's had 1 or 2 flashes on that. Trippier showing that he's probably a better right back than anyone else who's fit at the moment.
Mm.
But yeah, I've liked it. And Voltemada, they're all the midfielders are coming. It's not just Bruno that's coming deep to get the ball off Tonali. Voltemada has, Ramsey has. It is, as Howe threatened, quite fluid formation. As long as we stay in position. I've been a bit disappointed with Barnes' contribution. I know he put a great ball in for Voltemada's goal, but he's given the ball away once or twice. He's not anticipated balls through from Trippier, which have then run out of play. But to be fair to him, he's playing on the right, which he's not particularly used to. He hasn't been first choice the last few games. So we've got to, I mean, it's another step forward on these baby steps that I'm hoping to see, which means that with 3 or 4 more players in the squad and that sort of approach next season, we should have a much better season, shouldn't we? Rather than
Yeah,
this
we
horrible
should. I mean, for me, there's been a lot of questions about Voltemada and things like that. Where's his best role? And I think, like I said, when you give Voltemada space and time on the ball, he's a threat. He's not the quickest. We know that, and like I say, I think it's taken him, and it will take him time to settle into the system. Eddie Howe has had to change the system to this 4-2-3-1. And again, we've seen elements previously of the 4-2-3-1 working well. What you don't see is when Voltemada is pressed, where the opposition lose a player to go and sit in that 10 zone and mark him out the game. He has got the skill set, but he's got to play the way he sees the ball. And what Newcastle, and that's what frustrates me. And again, it's been great passing. But again, you've still seen snippets today of them playing the ball away from the player rather than to the feet. They play the ball into the space, and we just sometimes just give the ball away far too cheaply. The only time I always say you should play the ball 5 yards into space is when you're directly through in goal. Apart from that, you should be at feet or slightly in front of the player rather than stopping his run if he's got space to do it. And that's where Newcastle frustrate you, because you saw us give the ball away multiple times in the defensive third where the ball to feet was on, and they've just played it literally 2 or 3 yards either side of them. And you could mention it was the player's fault for not receiving the ball. You can only really fault the player if he can't control the ball, if it's played into his feet. That's where it gets frustrating for me. And that's, like I said, against teams that are good, that type of football you lose because teams feed from your mistakes.
Well, I think, yes, inevitably there'll be some mistakes when you're playing the ball first time, which we're trying a lot. And so far they haven't cost us. I think Botman and Chow have been excellent.
Yeah.
I think we look really secure. Pope has made 2 great saves and not had any mind farts so far. That might always happen, but of course, hopefully Hopefully, he's feeling a bit more confident, having won and drawn his last two games. Will you make any changes,
Kenny's here.
Gary?
Talking of drag, where's Tranny Bokeh? He's at the game, mate. He thought it was an 12:30 kickoff, so he went really early. I'm hoping he's
Yeah.
still standing. If he's been with Win anyway.
It's funny that you say that because he's in that pub just by the Newcastle College as a tranny for the lunchtime session, which will give him time to get changed, take the makeup off, and get a pint or two before the game kicked off. No doubt we'll get a report next week from him.
Yeah, I'm sure we will, of some description. West Ham should have scored, said Niall. I mean, they've had one good chance, haven't they? With Popey making a very good save, I must admit. I mean, somebody in the chat says, go, Gadget Arms, which reminds me of the old cartoon with Inspector Gadget. I mean, listen, I don't care what you save it with, you've got to save it. He reacts well, because I thought, like Ian, it hit his chest. Didn't really need to do much, but the replay showed he did actually have to save it. His arm coming out to the left-hand side. And again, he was quick enough to get back to feet and save the rebound, which I think was from Diouf on the second one. So again, but apart from that, West Ham have had nothing, have they?
I think we've snuffed them out. I'd like to see that continue in the second half, though, because that's how we played against Chelsea. We went in 2-up, and after the first 15 minutes of the second half, it was all square again. I mean, I don't think West Ham have got a João Pedro, famous last words. Just watch Wilson play like that the second half.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we need to keep going with it. What they made that tactical tweak, and they're 2 up front now. Gary, would you make any changes to respond to that at half time? Because I do think we lost a little bit of control after you made that change.
Yeah, I agree, and that was also seen in the comments about being proactive rather than reactive. And I think again, what you can do, you've seen where Newcastle have played well, right? Again, if you make a change, and I think you saw the change because what you got when they had some half opportunities that came to nothing, if I'm honest with you, with certain overloads, is you saw Newcastle then drop off into that natural 5-5 at times or a 4-5 to try and nullify that extra man who's obviously partnering Callum Wilson. Tati now coming on board, and he has been a thorn, and I think Newcastle just needed to settle, if I'm honest with you. So I was glad that Newcastle didn't make any changes. Personnel-wise, tactically there was a change straight away because they dropped a little bit deeper, whether they were having a breather or whether they were trying to nullify and frustrate West Ham. I mean, only time will tell. Ian's put this one in. Good first half. Now we just need to make sure Eddie does not give a half-time team talk. And that's been, again, another thing, isn't it? Thanks for that one, Ian. Lovely of you to throw us that fiver. I think what you've got to look at now is the fact that Newcastle have to come out and try and kill the game. I think the next goal, if there is a next goal, is going to be a decisive one, because if West Ham do come back and get one, will we react negatively, and will that create that bounce that they will thrive off? If Newcastle come out and score, I think there's every opportunity that the heads of West Ham will slump.
Well, what I would do, Gary, would be to mix it all up. I don't want to take anybody off. I think they've all played pretty well, to be fair. But I would push Voltemada into the 9, move Asula across to the right, have Ramsey as the number 10, and Barnes back onto the left. Barnes would be more comfortable on the left-hand side. It's a more natural position. Ramsey are more comfortable inside. Voltemada is a 9. And Asula, I think all of Asula's best work comes when he's coming in off the right anyway. So, I think I might try mixing up like that for the first 10 minutes and just see if that creates that means all the West Ham defence are picking up a different player.
Yeah.
And, that's when you can catch him a little bit cold in the first 10 minutes of the second half. And if we do get that, then I would love to see Alex Murphy and Sean Neve get some decent time, get them on for half an hour, 25 minutes.
Yeah, I agree with you, mate. I think that would be spectacular. We have, I mean, for me, I think it'd be lovely for Sean Neve to get something. This is half time. Emil Kraft just saying his farewells to the crowd. Very lovely. I'm sure he's very emotional, if I'm honest with you. Lovely touch by the club, and like I say, allows Emil just to come and get an ovation, if you like. Very proud man, and like I say, very emotional. Goodbye speech was made by himself. Very, like I say, heartfelt, saying goodbye on that interview. Like I say, he not really had many opportunities to show himself.
I bet Gary Emil Kraft. Oh yeah, but he will never forget. He will never forget the game where him and Dummett took the two centre half positions, and they won
Yeah.
3-0 at Old Trafford.
Yeah,
What a night that was!
what a night, exactly.
But
And I
can
must admit,
remember
like I
doing where he got his Crafu
Go on.
nickname from, where he did the overlap cut in. I remember him hit the post. Did he score? Michael would have these stats to his fingers, wouldn't he?
No, so I can't remember him scoring, to be fair, but he may have.
I don't know if he's ever scored. That's what I meant. He didn't score on that Man U game. That was when Hall scored his first goal.
Yeah, here we go again. He's saying
absolutely right.
Spot on. Yeah, absolutely. Players actually complimenting the
Because
other style of play. Yeah, go on.
Because they're all in their natural positions, I think.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, like I say, bodes well, doesn't it, when you're all playing in the role that you want to play in. And like I say, you're trying to just play with a natural ability, with no pressure, and you start to see the best out of players by doing that. And like I said, you know, for some unknown reason, Newcastle just haven't been able to get that ease where the ball's at the feet. They play with so, as if they're carrying, well, we've already heard Bruno say, it's like he's carrying a 10-kilo pack on his back at times. And again, that was him recovering from an illness. That's also that mental pressure. It feels like you're running literally through mud at times when you're hitting the wall. Sometimes you can run through it. Yeah. Other times you just feel as though you're falling on deaf ears. Yeah, once a Geordie, always a Geordie. He finished with, and that is what Emil Kraft said when he was presented to the crowd at half time. Once a Geordie, always a Geordie. There you go. I think that's a very lovely touch, if I'm honest with you. Some very interesting, like I say, points, if you like. Who was your player of the first half then, mate?
Ramsey, I think.
Ramsey.
So I love Asula's running, and he scares them, doesn't he, when he comes running through?
Oh, absolutely.
Ramsey was most effective player.
Yeah. I think you're right. I mean, like I say, there's been a couple of them that have done very well. If I'm honest with you, they've got that bit in between the teeth at times. I mean, I'm just looking at the Chronicles half-time. They've got Malik Chow as an 8, Bruno as an 8, Jacob Ramsey as a 9. So they've gone with exactly what you've just said there. He's the only one with a 9. Everybody else is on an 8.
I don't think Chow.
We are literally just starting again for the second half. And Newcastle kicking towards the Gallagher, and we're off. So there you go. Fingers crossed for the second half then, team. Newcastle with Trippier again trying to feed into Harvey Barnes, try and get a Sula in. And the youth doing his best to try and get into that corner. And again, it's just for a throw-in. Trippier now with the ball, throws it over the top to Asula, backheels it towards Voltemora, who does well to feed it towards Bruno on the edge of the box with his back to goal. Again, back out to Voltemora. Trippier, little dink over the top, and it's chested back towards Voltemora with Bruno. And again, I think he's offside. He is. And Again, it's a positive start from Newcastle in this first couple of minutes. Oh, first minutes, I should say, the second half. Again, West Ham bench looks very down at the minute. All looking at each other, looking for answers. And West Ham crowd still trying to G them up. Long ball up towards, again, it's offside against West Ham this time. So it's a Newcastle throw-in. Free kick, I should say. Toon Army with this one. Again, Newcastle just delaying taking this this free kick. The Blackhearts are coming in. Malik Chow again got the options to play in up towards Barnes. Barnes does well to go through the legs of West Ham. Voltemada. Oh, again, just a little bit too much on it from Voltemada to try and feed Asula in, and it's straight back into Hermansen for the keeper to pick up. Again, it was a good opportunity for Newcastle to try and work something there in front of goal, but just a little bit too much tomato sauce on the grill. Ball again now with Disasi for West Ham. Now to Diouf on this left-hand side. Diouf on the angle to Somerville. Back to Diouf. Fernandez now. Souček again down this line, working well there to find Somerville. Diouf on the outside, coming on, passed into the box now. Does well. Gets a bit of a nudge from Malik Chow. And it's going to be out for a goal kick to Newcastle. Again, it was, I thought Trippier had lost it, but Diouf gets a little bit of a nudge from Chow. Just gets his shoulder and just puts a bit of weight on him when he's unbalanced. And it's fallen over there. But he's, like I say, he's...
I don't think Chow got him, really. I think he tried to control it with the outside of his foot. And he's standing.
Yeah, lost his balance. Yeah, lost his balance a little bit.
Fortunately, the
goal kick to Newcastle. Yeah. Gone square now to Chow. Yeah, Newcastle happy to try and play it from the back. Trippier up towards Voltemada. It's gone straight over Voltemada. And again, it's Disasi who picks this ball up. Mavropanos. Again, diagonal ball there on the outside to Souček. Now to Somerville. Comes inside Somerville, keeping hold of the ball. Back to Fernandez. And Newcastle just stopping any forward motion from West Ham. Wan-Bissaka. Mavropanos. Again, Fernandez finds himself with a bit of space to run into. Now faced off by Bruno. And having to go square, Fernandez, with carrying the ball. Now Newcastle pressure at the minute. Newcastle happy for West Ham to play in front of them. Wan-Bissaka. All the way back to Mavropanos. Now Disasi down again, trying to run into the space. The Sula with company. Diouf, Fernandez. Ball up towards Wilson, but that's not really going to get there. And it's Hall who drags the ball out to try and find some space. Give him an option, lads. Not really going anywhere. Oh. Ramsey, a little lovely dink there to Voltemada. Oh, Voltemada playing himself into a bit of trouble there, but he does well to win the ball back. But then Lewis Hall loses it. Again, it's Newcastle creating their own problems here. But Bruno wins the ball. Again, out, trying to get some room down that left-hand side with Tonali now running to the halfway line. Asula back to Bruno. Bruno square now with Trippier. Got plenty of room to keep that ball moving forward for Newcastle United. Into the box towards the back stick. But too much on it for Voltemada. But it has come to Tonali, who stayed out and wide. Ball comes back to Lewis Hall. Haven't seen Lewis Hall overlap a lot today, to be fair. Ramsey now picking the ball up. Bruno on the edge of the box now, on that left-hand angle of the box. Plays the ball into Malik Chow. Central. Out to Trippier. Got time to get it under control, Trippier. Again, no urgency from West Ham. And it's a poor ball from Trippier again. Behind Voltemada. And it's West Ham who charge forward again. It's a poor ball again. It stops the momentum of West Ham. But it's still remains in a claret shirt. Fernandez now picking that ball up and again able to run quite a distance. Ball into the box towards Wilson, who chests it down, and then Botman just plays the ball off Wilson, and it's a goal kick to Newcastle. Did really well there, Botman, mate, to get that ball off Wilson for a goal kick.
He did, but a terrible ball from Trippier on our attack, though.
Yeah, it's what I said. It's just awful.
There.
Yeah, and that's what annoys me.
Where was Barnes? There was nobody. There was no out down the left-hand side, which I was expecting. If the patterns of play, there's always an out down the left-hand side for Trippier in that situation. Oh, Tonali's a bit crocked here now.
Yeah, Tonali looks like he's had a bit of a knock in the chest here or something. Oh, it looks like he's got a tightness at the back of his calf. Fingers crossed it's nothing major. It's down just... Oh, is it the bottom of his hamstring they're actually looking at here, not the top of his calf?
Oh, well. Joe Willock warming up.
Yeah. So Willock is definitely getting changed. So they are making an early change. So maybe it's a little bit more than I first thought, which is crazy. So what's your thoughts on this one, mate?
Yeah, well, Ramsey's shown that he's totally capable of doing a good job in the number 6. Willock comes on as the number 10.
Yeah.
I've seen him link up with Asula well. I mean, I think that, it's the right man to bring on. Would have been in a mid-season, it would have been Gordon that would be on, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But if we're saving Gordon, Willock can come on. Should be all right. A little bit more running up front.
Well, you have got that momentum. That's a certain fact. So fingers crossed. We can see what's going on here. It is Tonali coming off, by the way, which is sad. But like I say, I'm hoping it's just a tweak of the hamstring rather than anything more severe. I have lost my stream, so I'm going to have to go.
I have.
Have you as well?
I suddenly went on to...
yeah, it was the Arsenal game for someone unknown.
The Arsenal game hasn't started till tomorrow night. It was the Palace game, I think I saw.
I am going to have to.
Coming on.
Yeah, I am going to have to do some digging to try and put it on my other stream. I might be a little bit further behind you guys, if I'm honest with you. So apologies. But Bruno picks the ball up now and again plays it out to Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall back inside to Bruno. Oh, again, Bruno plays a dodgy ball behind Willock, and it's fallen to Somerville, who's running forward. And Ramsey, trying to get that ball back. He does well, to be fair, Jacob Ramsey, who's continued his good game. Trippier finding him again on the reverse ball. And Ramsey, again, just running forward with the ball. He seems to be growing in confidence all the time, Jacob Ramsey, mate, to be fair.
I mean, I think so. I think he was great the first half. I'm not able to find the game anymore. I've got the Palace game on the pitch for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm hoping Chris may be able to get that back involved. I don't know what's going on there. But like I say, it has switched for some unknown reason. So, like I say, I will be a little bit behind you because my feed through is always a little bit behind everybody in the chat. So apologies for that. I am on 54-36 at the minute. So ball, again, trying to find Tonali. And it's Fernandez who mops up. It looks like he's offside anyway. So it's going to be a free kick to West Ham. Just having a quick glance at where we are. Definitely behind you guys, so apologies for that. Like I say, I'll do my best to try and work the magic on the other screen. so I can keep up with you. But I say I am a little bit further behind. The ball has come to Somerville down this left-hand side, though. Ball played back to Diouf. And again, all the way back to the halfway line to Sassi. Makrapanis. Bowen. Very quiet this game, if I'm honest with you. Chris has just got in touch. Ian, refresh, mate.
I've done it 3 times.
Yeah, do it again.
I'll try once more.
Yeah, we're back on. So now we are back with the game in current time. We've got Hall on the corner. We've got Voltamada back with Hall. Hall with a shot. Oh, it's saved. It's come back to Hall, though. And it's out to Willock now, who fires the ball into Darby Barnes, who was shot. He's blocked by Fernandez. Bruno now finds Harvey Barnes, who's hugging that left-hand touchline. And then ball again over the top. Oh, just over the bar from Bruno. And it's a goal kick to West Ham. He was trying to find the top bin there, Bruno. Lovely shape on that ball, mate. Look at that. Oof. Beautiful. Beautiful. Still 2-0 at St James's Park in the 57 minutes 15. That's gone so far.
I'm with you. I'm exactly.
Oh, there you go.
Gary.
Brilliant.
That was a nice
Thanks to Chris.
to play, though, wasn't it?
Very nice. Down inside left position. Ball again, trying to break lines. Wilson, but Malik Chow again gets blocked off the ball. But Botman does excellent to block that ball going through to Tate. And it's Lewis Hall now with Bowen for company. Plays the ball back to Botman. Again, Newcastle find themselves stuck in their bottom left-hand corner. And it's Souček who's sticking the boot in a little bit with Bruno there. You could see he's got his foot in between his legs and he's giving him a bit of a kick, which Bruno didn't like. And he gets a deserving yellow card there for me, Souček. Yeah. That wasn't very nice, sir.
Bruno overreacts. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't get a yellow card. Yeah,
but look at that. Yeah, he's trying to kick him towards the face there. I mean, I think Bruno had a clenched fist at one time. I'm sure.
Him in the,
in the Gingangulis was the aim. Anyway, the ball. I mean, it was a ball fed through from Wan-Bissaka, and again, it was Malik Chow who overstepped the mark a little bit with a little bit of a nudge from Wilson. But Botman did excellent just to stretch his big legs there to stop that ball going through it towards Tate. So Souček with the yellow card, and Bruno is just getting a bit of a stern telling off from the referee as captain of the club.
We hope he calms down. He looks like he's going to go over and deck Souček at the first opportunity.
Yeah, you can see a tackle coming, can't you?
Don't want the last half an hour with 10 men. He's not stopped about it.
No, he's certainly looking towards him. Long ball forward. Again, it's Tate who heads it forward for West Ham to try and get Callum Wilson in, but Botman picks the ball up out to Lewis Hall. Again, not done much roaming, Lewis Hall, so he's obviously under instructions to keep Bowen for company, which he's been very quiet, to be fair, for West Ham. Ball down the line towards Voltamada, again deflected from Mavropanis for a Newcastle throw with Lewis Hall. Inside to Bruno. Malik Chow now. Trippier. Again, Willock comes to the right-hand edge now to try and pick this ball up. A little bit of a... Again, it's a ball that was fed through to Harvey Barnes. He's trying to open his foot up to give Willock the ball. And he's played it straight to West Ham. West Ham again trying to get down the line. And unfortunately for West Ham, it's out of throw-in for Newcastle. And Pablo now looks poised to enter the field of play for West Ham. Malik Chow, Botman. Again, it's given the ball away so cheaply at the minute, Newcastle. Straight to Wan-Bissaka, that one from Botman through the middle. But Ramsey just sticks a big foot out, does really well. Plays the ball inside to Voltamada, then again to Barnes. Barnes comes back inside. Options, Trippier. Bruno central. Hall makes a run on the left-hand side. Now it's out to Hall. Wan-Bissaka goes out to meet him. Willock goes on the outside, draws Wan-Bissaka. Hall tries to flick the ball in. It's come to Voltemada. Then it was up by Ramsey, and it's cleared in the end, but it's going to come straight back to Newcastle and Lewis Hall, who can't keep it in play. And it's a West Ham throw-in. A bit sloppy these last couple of minutes, dude.
Yeah. I think they need. I think they need a change, don't they, to refocus them. We certainly don't need a West Ham goal to refocus them.
No, I think that's just going to create pressure.
Drifting.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's like I say, we are huffing and puffing going forward with the new players. And again, West Ham just having the same problems as Newcastle, playing the ball away from bodies rather than to bodies, allowing Newcastle to pick the ball up. But Newcastle are just panicking at the moment and giving the ball on the halfway line from a clearance straight back.
So aimless. It's just giving it, it's handing the initiative straight back to them.
Well, it gets beat by Somerville down this lane. He comes inside. He's faced by three. It's a nice give and go with Diouf. But again, Malik Chow does excellently there to block that shot from Somerville. The deflection goes out for a goal kick from Newcastle. Again, Somerville running towards three bodies in a black and white shirt. And Malik Chow comes to close the space. And again, it's a good passage of play from Newcastle there defensively. Malik Chow's done well, and Botman, to be fair. Last throw of the dice is for West Ham, I think.
Willock didn't, though, did he? Willock's not to the game. Ask Michael.
No,
it's excellent when he starts and he doesn't make a good substitute.
No, he's never been a great substitute, Willock. Souček coming off after his yellow card, by the looks of it, it is. Pablo on for him, and Wan-Bissaka off, and Kante on. So there you go, Wan-Bissaka for Kante. Yeah, it looks like West Ham are going to throw all guns to blazing now because they've put an extra attacking player on. Ball up the top. Can Asula get on the end of this? Hermanson comes out and clears these lines. Hall gets underneath it, and it's again got too far underneath it, to be fair. It's out for a throw into West Ham, halfway in the Newcastle half. See if they can nullify this one. Fernandez now on the halfway line. Voltemada just closing the space off. Coming down now from Diouf back to the keeper. Again, Harvey Barnes for company. Hermanson goes long, and again looking for the option. A bit of a nudge on Botman there, and referee sees it. And he's going to be a free kick to Newcastle. And Tati is trying to get... Wilson just runs straight into Botman there. Referee's not having anything to do with that. Wilson just trying to get under the skin a little bit of Bruno. Ball eventually out with Trippier, who fires the ball in towards Pope, who again just kicks it out of play for a halfway line throw into West Ham. We have gone so sloppy, it's untrue. Oh, that's a great win back from Willock, though, to be fair. We've got 3-on-2. Usula, back to Willock. Square to Usula! Get in!
Get in.
Right! Newcastle get 3. Usula gets 2. Great build-up again, but it's sloppy by West Ham. They give Newcastle the opportunity. Willock does really well to win that ball back on the halfway line. Keeps his composure. Plays in Usula, who goes central. It's 3-on-2. Usula sees the opportunity to get the Willock. Square back to Usula. Goal for Newcastle. 3-0 at St James's Park, Ian.
Well, you see, there you go. I told you Willock made a lousy substitute, and that's my reverse psychology for the day.
Yeah, it's poor from West Ham, to be fair. See what happens.
I think we might have lulled them into that by being so passive for the last 5 minutes that they're not expecting Willock to come chasing quite as hard as he does. He pinches it, and then it's 3-on-2. Look, we're straight on to 3-on-2.
Yeah, Pablo again. We talk about getting involved in the game when you come on as a sub. I think it was Pablo, the substitute that's just entered the field, that lets the ball run past him for when Willock takes the ball off him. So again, not up to match speed. There's always a chance of that happening. And again, head in the hands, Newcastle.
Second time in the same game that Asula's been clinical.
Very, yeah, absolutely.
This boy is developing week on week. Is that the first time he scored 2 in a game as well? Or did he get 2 against Karabakh? I can't remember.
He did get 2 against Karabakh, and then we all thought he was going to be on for his hat-trick. That was it Karabakh? I know.
No,
Gordon got 4, didn't he? So
he scored 2. He scored 2 in the same game that Chow got 2. Was that Everton?
Might have been.
It wasn't Everton.
Anyway,
I don't know.
West Ham fans.
3 now.
Yeah, West Ham. I mean, you can see they are all leaving now. That's 7th tier. I mean, it is. Like I say, it's horrible. We've been there, mate, haven't we? It's horrible feeling when your destiny. It's not done yet. I know we can't send them down. I don't think, but we can certainly put the door definitely ajar for them. Free kick to Newcastle in a good position. Bruno to try and get this one in the right zone, in between keeper and penalty spot. We go square.
To Chelsea puts them 3 points ahead, and they're about 17 goals ahead. So that virtually puts West Ham down.
Yeah,
so they needed to get something to take it into the
last game.
Tottenham could have.
Well done, Ramsey and Hall there. Willock now on the inside right, playing the ball to try and get Harvey Barnes in. Again, it's blocked by Somerville, who's probably been a bit of a bright spark, if I'm honest with you, for West Ham today. Well done, Malik Chow again. Fires the ball into Voltamada, out to Harvey Barnes on this right-hand side. Barnes now. Again, if we get a penalty, do you give it to Trippier? Oh, bless. Ball eventually goes out for a goal kick from the challenge there. But I mean, look, that's terrible from Diouf. It's all over the back of Asula.
Gets away with it.
Again, it would be nice.
We're getting to the point where we should see a Sean Neve.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Tate with a shot over. Oh, that's a great goal. To be fair, that is a great goal from West Ham. The ball's bounced. The ball's bounced over from a long clearance. And literally, Tate has just seen Pope off his line, and he's just gone for it. Hermanson plays the ball long. It's aimed for Wilson. Botman covers Wilson, and it falls literally for Tate, who's literally just swung a boot at this, and it's a great goal. It's a great finish.
The one of the Darwin Núñez finish at St James's Park a year or 2 ago.
Yeah, great finish that. I mean, to be fair, luckily we got that extra goal, if I'm honest with you, because it would be squeaky bum time for me now at 70th minute. I'm just going to correct the scores because obviously I've been a bit waylaid with celebrating. There you go.
Bruno giving the ball away in a very silly place there.
Yeah, we can't capitulate this one. Fingers crossed. Anyway, we keep our noses.
You say that, Gary, but I'll remind you of a match against West Ham where West Ham were 3-1 ahead with 20 minutes to go.
Yeah,
and we ended up.
And Harvey Barnes was our rescuer that day.
He was.
I must admit, that was probably my favourite game that I've watched for some time, mate, to be fair. I mean, because they scored a sneaky goal, if you remember, because was it Fabian Schär who was down with a head injury? And they took a quick free kick and scored from that with our player still down. Trippier claiming a handball there. Referee eventually gives it, trying to play advantage to Newcastle. Does come back to Trippier in the end. West Ham minus 22 goals, so they are down now, aren't they? If West Ham get a point, ball in from Hall to Ramsey. Back from Hall to Ramsey. Voltamada. Bruno.
Ball's clear.
Willock. Bruno. Oh, nice little movement there from Bruno and Willock now running into the space. Outside to Hall. Hall gets it out of his feet into the box towards Voltamada, who again falls to his bum, but it's going to come all the way through to Trippier on this right-hand side. Fires the ball back towards Bruno. Then Voltamada. Voltamada on the inside. Back out to Bruno. Bruno tries a shot on the tight angle. And Hermansen gets his foot to it. And it's cleared for a throw into Newcastle. Don't think it went out for a corner. Yeah, it was great play, to be fair. Lovely give and go. Lovely movement all the way through that, if I'm honest. So, yeah, well done. Newcastle again. Starting to play with that key to unlock the low block, which is nice to see. Ball played into Lewis Hall again, trying to play a little delicate ball back inside to Barnes. It has fallen to West Ham. Again, it's Somerville trying to get on the end of this. And Kieran Trippier clears his lines there, and it's a throw into West Ham. Fernandez picking his ball up just inside his own half. Again, playing the deep 6 role. Again, picking the ball up. Again, on the diagonal, trying to get the Tati in behind us. Tati heads the ball towards the penalty spot. But the angle of attack wasn't there from the header. And it's all the way through to Pope. Pope rolls it out to Botman. Then comes to Ramsey. Again, first time trying to find Willock, who turned. Ball now, it's West Ham with the opportunity to get overloads in certain areas. There's a ball, I don't know, it's Wilson who's got his ankles taken off him. Referee's having none of it. Wilson stayed down though. Willock, oh, what are you doing, lads? Be sure. And then it was just a bit of a wild lash at this one, and it's over the bar from West Ham shot. It looks like Bowen's asking the question. I don't know whether VAR are going to take another look at this. Tati makes himself big. I don't think there's anything in that at all from Lewis Hall, if I'm honest with you.
Wilson
Nothing at all.
on Hall there, doesn't
he? Yeah. Thank you for that super chat. That's just come through there, Adrian. Nick has such sugar in his boots. Shocking how he's been neglected. Yeah, he's had a good game today, mate. To be fair, a really good game.
I would mix it
74th minute. Yeah, well, that's what I said. I mean, I said from 75 minutes, you've got to start making those tactical substitutions, if you like. It slows the momentum, let's say, and hopefully it refocuses, because we have, unfortunately, been shocking with some of our passes in certain periods of the game. Again, Malik Chow giving himself too much to do there, giving the ball back to Bowen. He's run for yards, but again, his shot isn't very good from Bowen, and it's directly into the path of Pope that climbs it at the second attempt. Again, luckily that was more coming in the inside. He didn't quite connect with it properly. There was enough on it for Pope not to be able to gather it, to be fair. Bruno G down at the minute. Free kick to Newcastle. And here we go. Your player of the season, Murphy's coming on. And Dan Burns showing 5 fingers, even though he's only got 4. Harvey Barnes comes off for Murphy. And please don't let Hall come off. Oh, Voltamada. So going 5 at the back, Newcastle, for these final 15 minutes. What's your thoughts on that one?
No, I don't know why. Unless he's going to push Hall into midfield and Ramsey at the number 10 and have Burn at left back again. That would be all right. But I don't want to go 5 at the back.
I mean, I think it's because they've...
Just invites trouble. Just invites trouble for me.
Well, I agree with you. We haven't really looked great confident-wise when it comes to playing 5 at the back. But for me, because they've pushed that extra body in now, we're looking for a reaction. This nullifies that extra body. And what you're reliant on now, unfortunately, is Kieran Trippier and Lewis Hall to give you width to get you those bodies forward. And that's what I'm saying. Lewis Hall can do it. I don't expect Trippier to do it, to be fair. So maybe Lewis Hall, in this fluid motion, can create that overload going forward. Ball comes in. Again, it's Wilson trying to do that little flick with the outside of his right boot to get the ball past Pope. He scored a very similar goal a couple of seasons ago, didn't he? Against Forest, yeah. Ball out with Lewis Hall, plays the ball in to Jacob Ramsey. Halfway line to Dan Burn to get his first touch. Willock, Bruno. Ball out of his feet comes to Trippier. Inside now to Ramsey, who again plays the ball out of his feet, but far too much on that. Didn't think he expected that to a degree. But it's West Ham with the ball now. I couldn't tell you what West Ham are playing formation-wise at the minute, because it just seems very much as though if you've still got boots on and you can run into that space for me. Fernandez now coming forward to the halfway line, plays the ball outside again. Fernandez is looking at the referee because he's thought there was a free kick there. Well, you've still got the ball, lad, so continue playing football. Diouf into a good penalty to the spot. There's a chance. Ball over the top, though, from Tati. He had a little bit of a glimpse there. Rush of blood. Didn't wait for the ball to come down. It wouldn't come down for him, and he's fired that opportunity over the bar. Again, another... Oh, it's off the bar. I beg your pardon. It come that quick. I didn't see it cannon against the bar.
Good grief. Good grief. How can we be like this when we were 3 up and coasting? You know,
I mean,
it will be the first one, but we've given them 2 chances in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's all about communication. And if you look at the replay there, you've got Lewis Hall, who's coming, he's marking nobody, then he stops, look. He loses that momentum. You've got the 3 centre halves literally marking the 6-yard box. The glancing header actually takes the ball away from Byrne. And that's where that space with that Lewis Hall has created, then, you know, it's just one of them things. If Botman had left the ball completely, the ball would have just come through to Dan Byrne, and you probably wouldn't have had. But that's what putting the balls into the right areas gives you. It can upset defences, and we don't do it enough in the right zones, or we haven't got the right bodies in the right areas, and that's what annoys you sometimes. You can be top of the table for crossing the ball into the box, but if nobody's getting on the end of it, there's no point. Murphy trying to let go with a shot there. He does in the end on the second attempt. All of 25, 30 yards. Goes straight into the keeper's hands. Again, West Ham trying to bring the ball out from the back. Again, ball square to Fernandez, who again, he's happy to. And Newcastle are happy for West Ham to utilise that space in front of them. Banks a 5 and a 4, with Asuna still on the field as that 1. Still looking to overload here. So the ball has deflected from Bruno. Now Asula. Has he got the legs to continue? He has got pulled over there, to be fair. And he's, oh, that's going to be a yellow card, you fool. West Ham there trying to get the ball back in, and he's just kicked the ball away, and the referee has no option. And that's, again, good play from Asula, because he hadn't got really anybody to play to. He was the furthest man forward. And Kante there just kicks the ball away and gets a yellow card for his efforts. We off on the 80th minute. It's 3-1 to Newcastle, St James's Park. Again, very bitty these last 15 minutes or so. Nobody really taking anything of the game.
We have looked threatening at times.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Again, good ball from Bruno to Hall there. Ball deflects off Wilson this time.
Asula will be screaming to get a chance for his hat-trick.
Oh, he will. And like I say, I can't blame him, if I'm honest with you. Dan Byrne there goes across and gets the ball for the throw-in. Yeah, again, looking to go down the line. Decides to go short to Lewis Hall. It's good movement, that, to be fair, from Newcastle. Bruno again facing his own goal, going backwards. Takes it all the way back to Pope. Pope first time out to Trippier, who again hassled by Summerby, and it's Trippier who's given the ball away there under press. Again, it's not good, Newcastle, when they're under a bit of pressure. Ball now down to Somerville again, and Newcastle just defending the 18-yard line to the 12-yard line, allowing West Ham to try and play in the little zone there. Comes eventually to Ramsey, who again trying to feed Wilson on the attack, and it's a poor ball again. That allows West Ham to come at Newcastle with Somerville down this left-hand side again. Again, not many options on the outside for Somerville, so he's taking the ball inside. Murphy is the marker, but doesn't really do a lot. The ball headed towards Tate again, up in the air, and it's Pope now who calms down, and again, happy to go quickly. Pope out to Hall on that left-hand side. Down the line it goes to... there's a bit of a tussle with Willock down that left-hand side, and it's a throw-in or a free kick to Newcastle, if I'm honest with you. It's taken quickly anyway. Oh, go on, get it into the box. Shoot, Murphy. Murphy now on the angle. Again, got options. He plays the ball behind Bruno. What are you doing? God. And again, it's Somerville who brings the ball forward, and it's going to be a yellow card for Hall. Taking one for the team there on the halfway line. I mean, that's criminal, mate, isn't it? You've got all those players in the box. West Ham are backing and backing and backing. He's got an option. He's got more than one option, and he plays the ball behind Bruno, who's on the edge of the box. Well, just wrong footed.
He's an instinctive player. You know, I'm not his number one fan anymore.
No, Somerville again now picking the ball up. Goes back to Fernandez, who again, Pablo now picking the ball up. It's all or nothing time for West Ham. So if they get a next one, it could be, little flick from Tate. Pope goes down to his right-hand side, gets a hand to it, and the follow-up falls safely into Pope's arms.
Yeah, I thought that was off Chow. That header.
Was it a flick from Chow, was it?
I think so.
Down to his left. Malik Chow now picking the ball up again. West Ham have more bodies offensively than they do defensively, but Newcastle delivery at the moment has been really poor in the final third. Again, it's more hit and hope. And Disasi allowing that ball to go out of play for the goal kick to West Ham. Ball comes out again back to Anderson in goal. Goes long to the halfway line. Lewis Hall with a header forward for this one. Bruno picks the ball up, but again, just plays the ball over the top when Murphy was offside because he stood still when that ball was cleared.
He's not even looking and not playing.
Oh, Elanga is coming on for Newcastle.
Surely.
And Wissa.
Can't believe we're not seeing Neve. We've seen enough of Elanga and Wissa not do anything this season.
Yeah.
That must be Asula and Trippier coming off then, is it?
Yeah. Murphy going now as the right wing back. And Trippier having a long, happy goodbye to the crowd. Deserves it. Again, we just seeing more of Trippier just getting a round of applause from all the lads on the subs bench, and the bench just giving him a final tap. It's going to be emotional. It's going to be terrible at the full-time whistle, I must admit, for Kieran Trippier and Kraft, I would imagine. Ball fired towards goal for West Ham, but again, it's out of play for the goal kick. Popey just taking his time now. Running the clock down. It just seems forever and a day, these last 4 minutes. I must admit. You happy with what you've seen so far, then, Ian?
Well, I think we've taken another baby step or two forward. But I'm disappointed with the second half performance. It's so bitty when we were so much in control in the first half. That's a good header.
Yeah, Langer trying to get in behind the defence, but again, it's cleared forward by West Ham. And Chow just mops that one up, back to Pope, who decides to go to the left-hand side with Dan Burn. Louis Saul now. Again, going back to Dan Burn, who fires it forward, trying to get something out of it. Dan Burn is just trying to get something going on there, but not a lot going off it. Diagonal ball from Bruno to Murphy. Murphy can't quite control that one, and Somerville's on him. It's in the box now with Somerville. Murphy, hey, it's all over his legs, and Chow just clears the ball up towards Elanga. Ball now back with Murphy from Elanga. Back to Elanga. Down the line to Ramsey. Ramsey and Elanga just trying to get the ball forward. He has come to Elanga. Plays the ball first time. Now we've got Willock running towards the D of the penalty area. Can they play in Louis Saul? Louis Saul now. Shots! Oh, it's blocked. It's just in front of the goalie. And Louis Saul again plays the ball in to Willock. Over the top to Louis Saul. Louis Saul gets blocked. Oh,
That was a shame.
it's a corner kick for Newcastle.
Best form of defence, though, Gary, in the last 5-10 minutes. Best form of defence to have us having corners.
Yeah. I thought there was going to get something from that then, if I'm honest with you. I thought it was going to be one of those moments where they just literally put the icing on the cake.
Most of the season, I've been backing Newcastle to win 3-1, but I didn't when they played Brighton, and I haven't today.
Now, ball comes into the box now from Bruno towards that near post. It's headed clear by Pablo. The ball does come to Louis Saul from Ramsey. And then it goes all the way out for a throw into Newcastle. It's going to be Dan Burn again, who collects this ball from Willock. Looks like Willock's gone over to that left-hand side now, and Ramsey's come more inside. Down the line to Louis Saul. It's Mavropanos who lets that ball go out of play for a goal kick to West Ham. Literally coming down to the last 90 seconds of play now. Don't know how much extra time they're going to have on this one.
There's not been a lot, has there? Maybe 5 minutes.
Yeah, I would imagine some of those 5 minutes or so. All thrown in by Murphy to Chow. Again, looking for options, Chow. Goes square to Dan Burn. Playing left centre now. Louis Saul now just inside the Newcastle half. Back to Dan Burn. And then all the way back to Botman. And Newcastle just trying to play the time down. It's a nice little ball from Botman. Up towards Willock. And again, just giving the ball straight back to West Ham though. To probably have another go with Somerville. Again, blocked off by, Wisser doing absolutely nothing at the minute, Wisser, to be fair. Ball into the box and it's easy for Popey to collect that one. I mean, I watched Wisser there on the edge of the box, right? He'd come all that way to throw another body there, and he just stood like a statue. I mean, look, you got Elanga and Wisser just holding to shape. Get on the shoulder. Newcastle again now trying to drive into the box with Willock. Gets it onto his right foot. Tries to shape a ball in. And again, look, he's
annoyed at them. He's annoyed at Elanga and that, not getting the...
He is absolutely having a right go at Bruno here. And Bruno, I don't know what's happened with Willock and Bruno, but there's certainly words between the two of them there. I think Bruno was asking for the ball to be put into the box, and Willock tries a shot, and Willock just tells him to F off. And there was, again, knots and niceties between the two players. Again, Bruno tries to take the ball, free kick quickly. It doesn't work. It looks like there's 7 minutes, mate, of time on.
Oh. A few substitutions. Oh, it was another terrible ball.
It isn't a very good one. Again, back with the keeper. Not looking great for Newcastle. When they start arguing amongst themselves like that, you can see there's something wrong, can't you? Yeah, Fernandes trying to feed in Pablo. Again, Newcastle trying to get back into shape. 5 at the back with the 4, ball eventually coming into the box. It's cleared by Murphy, and again it's Tate going straight through the back of Bruno there with a shove. He has literally come on with a fuse that's well lit. He's like I say, he's going to get himself sent off if he carries on like that.
Has he got booked yet?
I don't know. I don't think he has. I'm just having a quick look. Now you've said that. I don't think he has. Ball with Ramsey now. Square to Bruno. Ball comes to Murphy on this right-hand side. Ilanga on the inside again. Ilanga doing not very little, to be fair, but he's got the ball. Gives the ball away. Trying to find Murphy again. Pablo now. We're just running inside the Newcastle half. Ramsey and Hall to try and face off. Bowen on the halfway line. Again, ball goes square to Fernandes. Again, it's really poor play. Youth there just, again, the ball played in front of him and it's out for a throw-in to Newcastle. And that's what happens. You can see two teams. I mean, we've done okay today, but we've struggled at times as well. And like I say, we've got players on this field of play that just can't kick a ball. 5 yards to each other, it's just so poor.
I think it's gone to pieces since Voltemada went off, since Asula went off.
Again, Pablo having a go at Bruno there, again trying to rile him up, get under his skin. Ball from Byrne to Hall, who's again trying to get Willock on that left-hand side. It does look like we've gone to a 3, like a 5-2-3 now at times, with both Ilanga and Willock supporting Wissa. And I must admit, I don't even think I've seen Wissa with the ball yet. He's made no attempt to get even involved with the ball, if I'm honest with you. Somerville gets a bit of a tap on the ankle, and that is going to be a free kick to West Ham. I mean, it is pretty poor, isn't it, from Wissa? Like I say, he's walking around there as if the job's done. I mean, it was Bruno who took a bit of a lash there.
Terrible attempt to tackle that.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Bruno's head has gone.
It certainly has. Somebody needs to.
He's been nowhere near as good in the second half. I don't think he's properly fit again yet.
Again, I think sometimes when the game's just going against you, as captain, you try and pull everybody up, and then you get players like Willock there who are doing something that you're wanting to keep hold of the ball. You want to run the time down. You want to be professional. There's a shot at goal from West Ham that's deflected straight into Pope's arms anyway. So maybe that's what he was asking, take your time. The chance has gone, run it into the corner and let's keep hold of the ball. But obviously, he got a corner out of it. So I don't even know whether that was the case. And again, Botman has gone down into the corner. West Ham have come out with the ball. Bowen plays the ball into the box. It's Murphy who heads it clear, but again, it's only half clear. It's fallen straight back to Somerville. And he's looking for options. Wissa he's just running around like a headless chicken, mate, to be fair. Not involved, really. Poor pass again from West Ham. Murphy picks this one up. Come on, Murph, get down the line. Deflection favours Murphy this time. Murphy's now got towards the corner of the penalty box. He fires one in towards Ilanga, who gets it first time well over the bar. First real time we've seen anything positive there for the last 15 minutes or so, mate.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're capable, aren't they? If they just... But to be fair, that only worked because Murphy got lucky with the rebound.
Yeah, it was very
wasn't
lucky.
control. It was the antithesis of the control that we showed in the first half for the goals.
Yeah.
Well, it feels. I mean, we're 2 up with a minute and a half to play in injury time, and we still look like we're hanging on. You know,
Yeah,
these
it's
guys have
crazy,
been
isn't it?
in control for most of the game, and they look like they're panicking, which is
Yeah, yeah.
disappointing.
I mean, look at that
As
from
Wissa giving
Wissa,
the ball
you know,
away.
giving the ball away again straight away, getting... I mean, he did well to come back and challenge for that one. I'll give him credit where credit's due on that one. But again, they're trying to get through Bruno. Whenever Bruno's got the ball there was another one from Desassi there, just trying to get through Bruno. But Desassi come off worse, to be fair. Murphy with a throw-in to Newcastle. We are literally in the dying seconds of this game. And like I say, I can't wait for the whistle to go because it's gone really poor. Not perfect against a poor club. A win is a win. And I think that is exactly what you've got to say to yourself, isn't it? A win is a win at the end of the day. Doesn't matter how they come this time of year. You've just got to get the points on the board.
Agreed. But I think going 3-0 up with half an hour to play, we should have been looking to get a fourth and a fifth.
Yeah.
And that's
I think
wonder
the
goal
referee
by
should
Tati seems to have knocked us completely out of our stride.
Yeah, that is it. That is the final whistle, ladies and gents. Like I say, thank you for everybody that's contributed so far and to this. Obviously, we've only got a couple of minutes because obviously Chris will do the post-match analysis, and I'm sure there's still a lot to talk about. So I am going to listen to you for the last couple of minutes. I'll try and include a couple in the chat as well that I can see. What's your thoughts then, mate, on the final whistle?
I'm delighted to win. I think we're very good in the first hour. One or two nice touches in the second half, in the last half an hour as well. But it's like we go to pieces mentally. West Ham didn't offer very much at all, but we still managed to make them look like they were capable of scoring 2 goals in the last 10 minutes. That's what we were thinking that could happen. And it just shouldn't be like that. I don't think Alanga or Wissa have made me excited to watch either of them playing next year when they've come on, nor Murphy. But that starting lineup, I like that starting lineup. I like the shape of it. I like the personnel that he picked. And it, in terms of blooding new people for next year, I would love to have seen Neve come on for Asula. It couldn't have done any worse than Wissa did. But yeah, a good performance. I think it's still a step on from Forest in that we didn't cave in the last 15 minutes and concede. So, as again, baby steps.
Yeah, Monkey there. So we only need another 7 to go 10th. There you go. That's positivity for you. I mean, like I say, you could. It was a worldie of a goal. I mean, he's took his opportunity very well. But to be fair, it was a long ball, and the problem in Newcastle, with all the height they've got, with all the strength, sometimes it's the long ball that undoes us, isn't it? We let the ball bounce, and it's like I said, concentrating more on Wilson. We knew who the target was going to be. Botman looked, by all accounts, he'd got him in his pocket. He's gone into the back of him. He's not concentrated on the ball in the air. He's allowed the ball to bounce. And again, you think it's not really going to do a lot. Palpy's in no man's land, if I'm honest with you. But again, I'm sure he didn't expect the shots the way it come in. Tati did exactly what he should do, I suppose. Was it luck? Bit of, he saw the keeper off and he just swung a boot at it. But it was a great finish. A really great finish. Just to Geordie, I don't think Trips will play after this season. He's too old. Dropping leagues, he won't finish his career like that. He has an outstanding career. We owe him a lot, joined when we were 18th. Yeah, absolutely. But he wants to continue. That was what he said in the interview. And like I say, what I'm going to do now is I just want to say thank you to Ian for sitting alongside me. Very lovely to have you with me, buddy. And again, we're just going to go through Wazat with the super chats. Would be Farmer, Monkey Sputum, Ben, Ian Fleming, Adrian Pickett for your super chats. Thank you so much. Two things, if you haven't already, smash the like button before you go. It's been lovely having you. Like I say, Chris will be with you with the post-match analysis literally straight after this. So stay on board. You may get put through to that automatically directed. So if you are, if not, go and have a look and you'll meet up with him on the channel. So again, thank you so much to everybody, to Pete and Tim for starting us off. And until the next one, we're the lads, lasses and bairns. Take care for now.
Well done, Gary. Nice
Thank you.
commentary, Gary.
Cheers, dude.